Yes, we are live. I don't know why I've got that as a catchphrase. It's a bit bad, isn't it?
Oh, I just got the notification. Nice.
Euclid night. Oh, I'll tell you what we've got. We've got some music, haven't we? Buster's music.
We got a new song.
And a new song, so...
Amazing. I love this one, Buster.
I'll put this on.
Thank you.
It's the echo in your brain. You know you can't sustain the misconceptions in your mind. One day you'll see for sure what all of this was for. Then you can leave it all behind. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. In the beginning was found this thing that cannot speak. It's how we all truly learn. It's only ever attained when one lets go of fear. So don't let wisdom pass you by. The journey begins. I am the one, yeah, that will show the proof. I am the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. I am the whispers of the logic in your mind. I am an agent of the Logos. It was there all along. How could I never have seen this thing that's danced all around? It wasn't until I left behind the things I believed that I could see things so clear. The journey begins. Become the one, yeah, that will show the proof. Become the one, yeah, that is searching for the truth. Become the whispers of the logic in their mind. Become an agent of the Logos. Become an agent of the Logos. We are the agents of the Logos.
Definitely my favourite one. I don't know until I hear any of the other ones, to be honest. I've you guys here now. Does that sound good for everyone?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, sweet. So Euclid night, links to reality. As we've just had a bit of a discussion in the chat. There's a guy that's been around as well. We've recently launched some T-shirt logic. Well, not really recently. It's about a year ago that we actually did this, and we took it to Brandon's. Was then he had a night where people used to go around there and talk a load of shite. But we went over there and told them about the T-shirt logic that we did over a year ago. And it seems like it's just been picked up just recently. Now, when it was picked up, I told Betty that it was logic derived from reality. And all of those things that we did within the logic are born from reality, right? That's where the logic comes from. The logic goes to the geometry, and the geometry is what we base our 12 on, of which the T-shirt logic being the 12th step in that. So the logic comes from reality. Now, the links for Euclid to reality are through the logic. It's the formulation of the how you get to, because I mean, Euclid may be a geometrical thing, and maybe people think it is from geometry, like in mathematics, but that's truly not what Euclid is. Euclid is it's a logic book. And the truths that were born through the logic were called proofs, and they were what stood to be true after all scrutiny from logic, objective reality logic. So we have the anybody get these shared out? Has anybody sent it over to the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers? Because I'm sure that we might get a few hate watchers. I'm sure they'll be interested in this sort of thing, seeing as they don't think we actually understand any of this. It might be worthwhile any of the Adult Globe Earth so they can stop making up lies about what we say. We just talk about basic stuff. So share it out. Let's see if we can link all of this stuff to reality for everyone, to help them explain why geometry is geometry, and why the Adult Globe Earthers seem to have such a massive problem with geometry. Because, seeing as there's only a few of us here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make them say that Euclid is flat earth geometry. Just the globe earthers. It's going to be fun. It starts with the T-shirt logic. Oh, well, it started a bit back when somebody asked me to be able to prove that level is horizontal. And we've developed this little trick. Not really a trick, it's sort of a white wizard trick where you end up exposing a massive play that's been played. And what we're going to do is, you're listening, Adult Globe Earthers, if you're listening back, what we're going to do is we're going to make you guys give up straight lines. Because you have to. You either live in reality with straight lines and Euclidean geometry, or these group of people are going to think you're a flat earther, because they've got that such a skewed version of reality that they can't accept straight lines and reality being as described. I have a really bad misunderstanding of a few of the very basic Euclidean principles. Starting with the formulation of what Euclidean geometry is and how they gain their proofs through it to lead up to Book 11. Because that's where you use the proofs that you've gained. Actually, you apply them in reality. Because in actual reality, there's no such thing as no D, 1D and 2D. Because everything is 3D. We live in reality. There is only 3D in reality. And it's going to be hard. Because Euclidean geometry is that the structure and the foundation that leads you into that 3D. Gives you the understanding of what the entire geometry of something is. You get anything in reality, it comes with dimensions. Well, those dimensions are Euclidean. It's a very obvious fact of life. And there seems to have been a game been played for quite a long time that sort of goes something like, you don't know whether it's straight or curved. So what we'll do is we'll just go along with the fact that we don't know if it's straight or curved, and we'll carry on an argument, all talking about the same thing, but ignoring the fact that one group of people think it's a straight line and another group of people think it's a circle. Whereas we were talking to somebody the other day about the models. I don't have a model, and not having a need to have a model is the most freeing thing. I'm not trying to find a model. I'm fine with reality as it is. And I'm fine with proving what I can prove. And all of that's based upon Euclidean geometry. That's where you have your foundations. That's where you base everything on. The understanding of... well, I mean, like you could say within Euclidean geometry, but Euclidean geometry is based upon logic. And the logic is derived from reality. So the Euclidean geometry is an expression of reality through logic. And some of the best logical statements that there ever can be. It's a perfect book. Absolutely perfect. It stood for however long it stood for. And the people that wrote it, when you see how beautifully it is wrote, it's obviously been wrote with a purpose. And that purpose goes to show that these cycles that we're on just keep going perpetually. The argument that we are about to enter into with a group of people that want to bend straight lines is going to be taxing for people mentally. A lot of people will struggle mentally with what's about to occur and what's already been implanted in their brains, and the conflict that then occurs with observable and obvious reality. And a lot of people have been led to believe that obvious reality means flat earth. crazy. But that's the argument that we're about to enter into. And it's going to be a discussion with who's in reality and who isn't. And a lot of people will be lying and making stories up like they already do. They're going crazy in the adult Globe Earth Discord servers because they're the ones that are going to have the biggest problem dealing with reality as it is explained within Euclidean geometry. Because there's no solutions for a model in Euclidean 3 space. So that's what we were doing today. Euclid and the links from Euclid to reality. That leads us up to T-shirt logic. Put the link in the chat. Let's get that T-shirt logic out there, because I mean that's thanks to the guy that we're gonna maybe listen to, maybe not even listen to. I don't know. We might just get his clips of his argument, his interpretation of T-shirt logic. But would give the story about where the T-shirt logic comes from, because it is built up in an axiomatic system like Euclid, but not like what we decided to do was, because we can only deal in reality, and if we were to prove anything, then we would be proving our reality, and that's the only place that we can go to do that. So obviously the book of Euclid, the geometry, helps us. Obviously I'd worked within surveying, and I've trained in it, so I had an idea that there is a system that we can use in reality to employ these straight lines and things geometrically. So I was initially talking about reality when I entered into this, and it took me a bit to understand what this Euclidean geometry is, and it only came about because of some fighter guy, like all aggressive on the internet. He lost his Twitter account for being too aggressive and hateful. The Fight the Flat Earth it was, and he said to me that straight lines bend. Had I never heard of non-Euclidean geometry? Well, I hadn't really heard of it, to be honest. Never thought about it. But then when I did look into it, some interesting things that come out about what you find out. You find out that Euclidean geometry has a very good book and a base that comes with all of the proofs and everything that start off from nothing, build you all the way through to end up in book 11 and 12. Solid geometry. A geometry of reality. And some of the things within Euclid, we haven't actually mentioned this because, for a reason, we've been talking about Euclid because that's where we get our foundations from. When we went back to first principles, we go back to the very base of things that we can start off at and build ourselves up from nothing. So we go to the base of Euclid, but Euclid isn't that they're all of the proofs that lead you up to understanding what we understand in reality. Like, they are the first principles that lead you up to where we're at in reality. So if everybody has the understanding of the first principles of Euclid, then it'll be easier for us to help to get people into the actual reality part of it. So at the minute, there's a lot of triggered globers, and they are triggered because they know what's coming. Because we've not even started to link this stuff to reality. We've just been playing about with the concepts at the minute. But I mean, these concepts are literally straight lines. That's where they're struggling. They know that at some point reality's going to check into this, and at that point, that's where they really struggle. This is where minds are going to be messed about with. I don't want to upset adult Globe Earth Discord owners, Discord server owners, or any of the model afflicted. I mean, seriously model afflicted. Because they will be struggling. And they're going to be listening to this, hopefully. Guys, I don't want to do this. If you are model afflicted, don't come here anymore. Just go back over to your adult Globe Earth Discord servers and bitch about us, but never listen to any of this stuff, because you're going to get upset. And I don't want to do any more minds in telling people
you don't want to be
basics of reality.
You don't want to be challenged.
Who doesn't?
You don't want to be
challenged?
You. That's why you want to be in an echo chamber. You don't want anybody that's going to challenge your ideas to be in here.
No, I'm not saying it's not for me. I'm saying it's for you, your own good. This is going to be challenging.
How is that for my own good?
Because you imagine there's a geometry or a thing that can substantiate what you're talking about. There's a load of people that have been lying to you.
I'm more interested in your evidence that substantiates what you're talking about. That's sort of what I'm more interested in.
Well, that's where we're talking about, Babs. We're talking about basing what we're talking about in reality. Not in any conceptual ideas of anything. Actually, in reality.
Exactly, because you are only concerned about reality. Mm-hmm. You're not concerned about models or model affliction.
Absolutely.
You're only concerned about what we can measure in reality.
Absolutely.
So why don't we criticize what you have actually measured in reality that substantiates anything that you actually talk about?
You want to criticize something that we've done, do you?
Yeah, I mean, it's only fair, because isn't that what you do? You critically analyze the evidence that's presented to you by the model afflicted.
Well,
so it's only fair to do
Euclid.
The same thing to you.
This is Euclid, night, right, Babs? So
it's
we're talking, it's a Euclid night. So we're talking about Euclid and the links to reality born from Euclid.
Right, so we're not going to talk about what you have actually done to substantiate anything that you're talking about.
Yes.
I got it.
Yeah, no, actually, yes. We are talking about the horizontal plane, and particularly a horizontal straight line.
Now you see, that's the part that kind of confuses me, because we're talking about
planes or the horizontal straight line.
The horizontal plane, because I'm not too sure what your stance is, but do you think we live on a horizontal plane, or what is your stance in particular? Because I think it's important for us to clarify that before we begin.
Okay, right. In reality, we measure elevation changes from the horizontal plane, and we know all horizontals are parallel.
How do you know that?
Well, we've got basic Euclidean geometry. We've got some logic to go with it. And we've also got the method everybody uses to measure elevation changes in reality.
Okay, so this is going to be difficult because you don't want us to talk about models, but you are in fact describing a model by saying that. By saying that all horizontals are parallel, you're defining a coplanar model. You're saying that all those horizontals are coplanar, meaning that they're parallel with each other. Is that not what you're saying?
Yep.
So that is in fact a model.
No, that is. Yeah, that is provable because how we measure things.
That's a flat Earth. You're describing a flat Earth.
No, it's not. It's elevation changes, Babs.
So a coplanar point where all horizontals, a coplanar model where all horizontals are parallel with each other is not a flat plane?
Sorry. Coplanar. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, on the same plane.
Okay, right. Well, there's elevation changes. We are not on the same plane.
So how can all horizontals be parallel to each other then?
Because they are. All
but
horizontals
that doesn't make any sense.
You said
we're not on a horizontal plane.
Babs,
so how can all horizontals be parallel with each
all
other?
horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
How do you know that?
Because they are all measured parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right, but we're not all looking at the same horizon. My horizon is different from your horizon. And we know that based on relativity, things are not they're not as they seem. Because in a coordinate system, depending on where you're located.
Did you just say based on reality or what did you say?
Yeah, because we're dealing with a coordinate system.
So we're based on reality, X, Y, Z.
You can keep interrupting me as much as you want to.
I'm just trying to clarify.
If that's what you need to do to win the argument, go ahead.
Active listening, we call this. When you say coordinate system,
if you're talking while I'm talking, that means that you're not actually.
When you say coordinate system, do you mean X, Y, Z coordinate system?
So you're not actively listening, Bev, because you're talking as I'm speaking.
You're supposed to be listening.
Yeah, go ahead. Get your cheap shots in while you can.
Okay, Babs.
Anybody so when you say get cheap shots, Babs, get them in while you can right now.
When you say coordinate system, do you mean XYZ coordinate system? Cartesian.
Well, I don't know what coordinate system that you're dealing with. That's why I'm asking you to define your coordinate
I'm talking about an XYZ coordinate system. In reality, Euclidean. Now,
right, but
what coordinate system are you talking about?
I'm not talking about any coordinate system. We're talking about
You did say coordinate system.
Yeah, but you didn't allow me to finish what I was saying, because that's just part of your strategy. You like to interrupt people so that you can win the argument. So can I finish what I'm saying, or do you just want to continue constantly interrupting me?
Hey, wait, are you going to say something about the coordinate system that you're trying to deal with?
Yeah.
Go on then.
I want to give you an example of a coordinate system. Like, if we're standing looking at each other, right? My left is different from your left. Because if I'm looking at you, your right hand, my direction of right is where your left hand would be positioned. And my direction of left is where your right hand would be positioned. So that's what I mean by relativity in a coordinate system. And in a spherical coordinate system, horizontal planes are not coplanar. They're on different planes. So they're not parallel with each other. But you're claiming that all horizontals are parallel.
Can you just run us through that spherical coordinate system? What do you mean by that?
Sure. What I mean that is in a spherical coordinate system, horizontal lines are not parallel to each other because they're on different planes.
So you mean that they're not horizontal?
They are horizontal. They're just on different planes. That's why they're not parallel with each other.
So you've got intersecting horizontals in your spherical coordinate system.
No, we don't.
You don't have intersecting horizontals
that are not. We have horizontals that are not parallel with each other because they're on different planes with each other.
Mm-hmm. So they intersect.
No, they don't. Okay. Where did I say that they intersect with each other?
Can I just check?
I don't remember saying that.
All right. So can I just check then? It being a horizontal plane, right? We all know that all perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, right? We all know that.
All perpendiculars to a plane. What plane are you describing?
Any plane, a geometrical plane. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel, right? You understand that. You know that basic...
You're not really giving me much information.
You know that basic geometric concept, though. It's definition 3 in book 11. I know it's really basic, but you might, just don't let it go past you that...
Well, you're not really giving me enough information to work with. You're saying that all perpendiculars are parallel, but what does that even mean?
All perpendiculars to a plane are parallel.
Okay.
Right. So that's a basic fact, right? Geometrical, provable fact.
Right.
Right, okay. Now, you say a horizontal plane you have on your imagined geometry, right?
Well, you're also imagining geometry.
Okay. But you do have a horizontal plane, right?
We have different horizontal planes.
Okay,
we don't have one horizontal plane.
All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel. So all perpendiculars to your horizontal plane
you didn't listen
will
to what
be parallel, won't they?
We have different horizontal planes. We don't have a single horizontal plane, as in your model. Because in your model, there's only one horizontal plane.
All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
You can repeat it as many times as you want to, but that's just not going to work for me.
Right. So
let's
just take an example then of your plane that you were imagining as a horizontal plane. Now, are all of the perpendiculars to that plane, are they all parallel?
No, because why would they be?
Okay.
If the horizontals are not parallel, then why would the verticals be parallel?
Okay, so because this is a definition 3 in book 11. I know they haven't sent the best man out here today, and you're very brave for coming here.
I mean, you can insult me as much as you want.
Well, this is Euclid night.
This is what this show is based on. It's just based on insulting people and
it's not an insult. I'm just pointing out to you that this is basic definitions.
So how is saying that I'm not the best person sent out here not an insult?
Well, because you've just agreed that we know that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, and then you've said that you have a plane that on your imagined geometry that they aren't parallel.
No, you took me through this word game step
it's not
process
a word game.
You made me agree with things in an attempt to sort of strawman my argument. I know exactly what you're doing. I mean, the retards in here obviously don't know what you're doing.
Please don't do that, especially not as you've just done what you've just done.
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting pretty annoying.
Yeah, I know you're all dying.
Okay, moderator.
I got you. You're all dying to mute and kick me. I get it. It's all good.
What point are you trying to make here, Spaceboat? What is your bone of contention? Because I'm not.
If
horizontals on parallel.
If you actually listen to the conversation, maybe you'll understand.
I was listening. I'm just trying to get some clarification. So, do you object to horizontals being parallel?
Well, I was having a conversation with Bev, and until you rudely interrupted, I don't feel the need to speak to you, really. I've seen how you engage in the past, and this is not going to be a productive conversation.
Well, obviously, if you're not willing to engage with somebody who's asking you a question,
if you want to listen to nonsensical gibberish,
no, it's okay, I'm very used to people being
that.
afraid of me. I'm very used to people running away from the conversation.
Oh yeah, I'm totally scared of right the hand. I'm
why else? If you were so much smarter than me, you would take this opportunity to run circles around me and show the audience how much smarter you are. But you're not. What you're doing is you're taking the opportunity to remove yourself.
Hey guys,
yeah, please.
I'm totally scared of someone that makes up.
This is what he wants to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Euclid. It's Euclid night.
How is this what I wanted to do? I wanted to continue my conversation with Bev.
Well, we are talking about
Euclid
in reality, and that's where I'm hoping to stick it to, right? And now we say that all perpendiculars to a plane in geometry, right? And obviously, because we're talking about perpendiculars to a plane, we're obviously talking about reality in 3D.
But what geometry are we talking about here?
Euclidean geometry.
Well, I'm talking about non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, that's right. That's
exactly
what I said at the beginning.
You're trying to conflate non-Euclidean. You're trying to conflate Euclidean with non-Euclidean geometry.
No, I'm saying,
and that's the sort of game that you like to play.
Saying what we do is we use Euclidean geometry in reality to prove things.
We also use non-Euclidean geometry.
Well, that will be up to you, and you no doubt have had lessons from obviously grand masters of non-reality.
I mean, you can continue to choose to ignore non-Euclidean geometry as long as you want to, and that's sort of what you have to do to make your argument valid.
No, you have to make
ignore
up
spherical geometry and pretend that it doesn't exist.
You have to make up something that isn't reality and call it non-reality in order for you to cope with your model.
Part of reality, and that's
affliction.
why it exists. And it's interesting that people are claiming that I'm triggered, yet there's so many people that are jumping into the conversation with insults and are totally triggered. I'm completely calm. I'm actually enjoying this conversation. Good. I don't know about anybody else, but
I don't know how well your boys think you're doing.
Triggered. I'm certainly not triggered. Okay. Certainly not by you guys, and I'm not scared of right the hand.
What is your main proof of non-Euclidean geometry that you have?
Reality.
That's my
number one proof.
Okay, so what is the main proof within reality for you that disproves Euclidean geometry?
Why are we turning the tables, though?
Because you're the one that's just said not reality. I've got not reality shit.
How did this conversation start? This conversation started with me asking for your evidence of your reality.
And we said we're using Euclidean geometry, and you said, I'm not accepting that. You asked for where we get the proofs from. We told you exactly where we get the proofs from, and you said, that's no good for me.
But you're not getting the proofs from reality.
Yes, we are.
Okay, where are they then? Show me the proofs.
Have you ever heard geometry in reality? Have you ever heard of a proof called Pythagoras' theorem?
Mm-hmm.
Right, now that's a proof that a triangle has a right angle, right?
Okay.
Now, that's a proof that you can do in reality that proves a triangle has 180 degrees. It proves in reality that Euclidean geometry is a system for gaining proofs in reality, and it proves Euclidean geometry is true.
Okay, but isn't this exactly what I described earlier? You're only focusing on Euclidean geometry and ignoring non-Euclidean geometry.
Where is the not reality geometry? Where is it?
Where are the measurements of Euclidean geometry in reality?
Pythagoras.
Specifically, where are the measurements that you have done to verify this?
Pythagoras.
those aren't measurements. Those are just things that you read in a book.
They're proofs,
I'm talking about
they're
what you've
proofs
actually
of
done to
Euclidean geometry that prove that perpendiculars are true. They prove that all right angles are equal. It proves that everything we know about the straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points is true.
That is true in Euclidean geometry, but not in non-Euclidean geometry.
In reality, it's true.
So why does non-Euclidean geometry exist if it's not part of reality?
It doesn't.
It doesn't, yet it's used by thousands of surveyors, but it's not part of reality. I gotcha.
How? What do you mean?
Well, this is where you're going to ask me for proof and make me jump through hoops, which is exactly what you want. You don't want to be in the position where you actually have to answer
You've
questions.
just called into it a professional people, a group of professionals. You've called that in, right? So, please.
And you've already backed
continue
with the Pythagorean theorem.
Have we not had this conversation before? You see, you're going to pretend that we haven't had this conversation before, or you've never been presented with this type of evidence, ever. That's what
we are talking
right now,
about Euclid in reality.
You're going to pretend that you don't know that spherical triangles have been shown to you in the past. That's never happened, right? This is the first time.
Nobody has ever.
We're talking about this.
Nobody has ever shown me a triangle in reality that has been measured to have more than 180
then you're being
degrees.
Profoundly dishonest, then.
There is a proof that triangles only have 180 degrees. I've just told you it.
Right, so you're profoundly dishonest. But I already knew that. Because I know for a fact that you've been presented with this evidence on multiple occasions.
Evidence of a triangle having more than 180 degrees
yes, you have.
is
you have been
impossible.
Just because you say so doesn't make it true.
Okay, well, you obviously have some brains.
Continue ignoring spherical geometry as long as you can continue pretending that Earth is flat. This is what you need to do.
I prove the Earth is not flat, Babs.
No, the only reason you say that is so that you can avoid answering.
No, it's not.
Questions.
It's the very same method.
It puts you in this position. It puts you in this position where you can sort of get Globers or model afflicted people to jump through hoops for you, and you don't have to do anything. You just sit back and be like, "Show me this, show me that." Oh, I don't have anything to back up anything I believe in because I'm not making any claims.
Right. So in reality, I can prove all of this stuff. Right. That's where we prove.
Yeah, go ahead and prove it then. This
Euclidean.
Is what I was asking you, Bev.
We
prove this in reality.
Euclidean.
Prove in reality.
We prove Euclidean geometry in reality.
Prove it. Show me the measurements that substantiate this in reality.
Vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Right?
How does that prove anything you're saying?
All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. We measure vertical elevation change from an established horizontal plane.
Okay. All horizontals are parallel with the plane of the horizon. You're looking at a horizon. I'm looking at a horizon. Are we looking at the same horizon? No. How do you know that those two horizontals are parallel with each other?
Because they are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
No, you don't. You've never measured
the horizontals.
You've never compared them with each other.
The horizontals.
They're parallel with each other, but
the horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, are they not?
But are they parallel with each other though?
Are
they parallel with each other?
Yes.
Are those two separate?
Yes.
How do you know that? Show me a measurement. Show me a measurement that substantiates that.
If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. T-shirt logic.
Well, you don't know that. You've never compared these separate horizontals with each other. This is just something that you've imagined to be true. This is just something that you have to do in order to continue pretending that you're a flat earth.
You're saying Euclidean geometry, he's imagining Euclidean geometry. Holy shit.
No, he's ignoring non-Euclidean geometry. Pay attention.
Each horizon, if every horizon is horizontal and every horizontal is parallel to that horizon, each one, no matter where you are, then they will all of them be parallel. They can't be in any other, because the horizon is horizontal, so they're all the same. Every horizon.
But if you haven't compared those two separate horizontals with each other, then you have no idea whether they're parallel or not.
But you have.
You can continue saying that
Babs.
as much as you want to,
but
you have no idea.
You are always comparing those two horizontals with each other.
You're not.
Yes, you
No,
are.
you're not.
You're comparing the horizontal that you have with
you're
the
not.
plane of the horizon.
This is similar to what
They're
I told
not
you.
in the same place.
This is similar to what I told you before. I can think that there's an absolute direction of left, but when we're both standing next to each other, looking at each other, you realize that your left is different from my left. And that
Would your horizontal ever be different?
Well, you'd never know that until you actually made a measurement, which you
horizontals left and right. So if you had left and right, your left and right is the same as his left and right because you both have a left. Hold on. So the left and right create a plane. Left to right, they create a plane. Now, if you're looking at somebody else, he has the exact same plane.
Okay, if I'm looking at you, is your left hand positioned in the same position
the plane.
as my left hand?
The left. You're. See, this is what you're doing. You're trying to break it into left and right. You have to think of it as a plane.
So a plane is not left. A plane doesn't move from left to right. If we're defining a horizontal, if we're defining a horizontal plane, which direction are we describing? Left or right or up?
Plane.
The plane doesn't move. You move along the plane.
You see, this is the reason I didn't want to talk to you, because you're just looking to muddy up the conversation.
Well, I'm not trying to.
Don't stop confusing him.
This is absolute nonsense.
He did this the other day.
With Bev.
He did this the other day. He was talking about reality to some other dude, and he said he was playing tricks on him as just the same as you. Talking reality to you, Babs. I told you, it's dangerous.
What point is he making? If you're so familiar with what he's talking about, Bev, could you please describe the point that he's making?
He said basically,
I'm willing to bet that you have no idea.
He said basically that all horizontal planes are parallel to each other. I think basically that
was not what I was talking about. I was talking about your left hand compared to someone else's left hand.
Your left and right create a horizontal plane. When you stick your left hand and your right hand out, right, and you spin, that's a horizontal plane, okay?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It has everything to do with...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. This is you just muddying up the water with nonsense.
Okay. So it has something to do with... Because what you were saying is if you have person A and they have their left hand and person B and their left hand, that was your comparison. And now I'm saying you take person A, left and right hand, and create a plane. Person B, left and right hand, and create a plane. Those planes
where did I mention anything about creating a plane? This is just something
that's
that
your problem.
You're
using left. Left is not horizontal. Left is not an orientation. Okay, left is not geometric. It's not a geometric term, right? So you're using non-geometric terms, left, bringing them into geometry with plane and horizon and horizontals, and then going, see, this thing doesn't fit. Yeah, of course, it doesn't belong here.
Sure, go ahead and muddy up the water some more. Make this more nonsensical than it already is. Go ahead.
You wasn't on about creating a plane. You was on about designing a plane.
No, go ahead and pretend. Go ahead and pretend that you don't understand what I'm talking about. Go ahead. Just do that, because that's what you need to do to win this argument.
We understand what you're talking about. That's why I was able to...
You have no idea what I'm talking about.
You were talking about left hand. You were saying left is this way.
Oh, can
but
we
if
get
somebody's
off this?
facing me, right?
Okay, can I be allowed?
Can we get off this now, right?
Can I actually be allowed to make my point? Because
you don't have a point, Babs. You're absolutely shitting all over Euclid night with you.
I don't have a point. Yeah, whatever.
Shit.
This is what you have to do to win the argument.
Yeah, I'm not winning an argument. We're talking about Euclid.
All you have to do to win the argument.
We're talking about Euclid. There's no argument.
I totally get it, Bev.
There's no argument to have, Babs.
This is exactly what you have to do to win the argument.
Is he going to complain about being muted in a minute?
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. All right, so
go ahead and mute me. Go ahead and
no, just everybody,
down, please. Everybody, just turn him down.
I can turn you down, Babs. I'll do that. It's just...
Well,
there you go. Right, so, what with
Babs?
Right, let everyone talk. We let you talk.
Your chicken. I'll talk with you.
All right, everybody, can we just mute him and then?
I need the water.
Right. Now,
because it seems to me like you don't stop talking. Me.
Who else
No, just be quiet for a minute then. Be quiet then. Just be for a minute, yeah.
I need the water.
Just be quiet for a minute
let
then,
him
please.
Talk. Don't let him have an excuse. Let him talk, guys. Go ahead. Let him talk. Go ahead.
Who?
Guys, he took off.
Man.
What are you doing letting him talk? I've muted him. For fuck's sake. Are we having a show here tonight or what?
It's a joke.
Go ahead, Bev.
As he's just shown us, right, there's a group of people that can't handle basic Euclidean geometry. And the reason is very simple. They've got a model. They're model afflicted. Seriously model afflicted. To the point that they can't have a straight line. And that extends into the plane.
Which they also can't have.
Yeah, a lot of people get really stressed at the basic concept of a plane. I'll let you into the secret. Their model isn't real. There's no geometric proof for their model. Doesn't exist. There is none. There is, in reality, only Euclidean geometry. Euclidean geometry proves it's not a fucking globe.
Amen.
Doesn't make me a flat earther. It's not flat. The basic concepts that we use to prove it's not a globe prove it's not flat. Reality is just reality. There's no need to go for two different models. It doesn't make any fucking difference. There is only reality. So the secret is that a plane is length times breadth. It's a conceptual thing, but it's within Euclidean geometry. It's a flat surface, two-dimensional, with zero curvature. And that surface, as Babs just tried to play the trick, he tried wizard trick, left and right. Well, there is no left and right. There is no forwards and backwards on the plane. You are just on a plane. Only at the point you fix a coordinate system to it, then you can give direction to that plane. We do. We have X, Y, and Z. We're taught it, a conceptual thing in mathematics. Horizontals are parallel on the graph, as are verticals parallel on the graph. That's a Euclidean system. That's the same system that we use to measure reality. That's it. It's as simple as that. And conceptually, the only way you can do that is to not have the verticals being parallel. But there's no geometric system to cover that. None. Because it doesn't exist. There is only Euclidean geometry.
That's what I keep asking them. Can you show me what allows you to tilt these verticals and horizontals? Just take me through what geometry have you got that allows you to do this? And I've not been able to get any of them to actually walk me through, like you've walked me through, you know, it being a level plane. I've not been able to find a single one that can do it for me on their side.
Yeah. All horizontals are parallel. It's simply sorted within that one statement. But like we said, we've been going through, we've got a 12-step, like a ladder program from nothing, based on very similar to Euclidean, starting at nothing. Well, we start at the straight line because that's the first thing, the only thing that you can prove. The first thing that you can prove. The first thing you would want to be able to start to prove when you do proof for proof. And it builds up to number 12, which is all horizontals are parallel. And a horizontal being a plane, not a line, because the horizontal isn't a line, it's a plane. Like a two-dimensional conceptual thing in which you can measure a vertical change in height of the land with a tool that establishes that horizontal plane. Now, they are all parallel. That's the only way surveying works. Locally,
Wait,
but...
Bev?
Yeah?
We're having a conversation in the chat here in Blues. WS keeps calling me out, and I challenge you right now live, me and you, WS, or you can have your conversation with Bev, or Star Carter, or Blue. I'm calling you out right now live. Either you come, or you're a bunch of yellow bellies. Thank you, Bev.
No problem. Yeah, any sort of that. So, the links within this Euclidean geometry to reality are very heavy. You've got logic. It's born of logic. The whole entire book is wrote from logic, from nothing, in an axiomatic system, encompassing everything that we know about reality geometry. It all comes and stems from the foundations. This is the elements. These are the basics. This is where you start at these things and you build upon them. You don't go back and say, well, maybe not the straight line. You can't do that. Except mentally. But then you're dealing in imaginometry, which is where a lot of people have to be. Bebby's in the chat there. He's got confused. He doesn't think horizontal lines are not horizontal. I don't know whether you'd be okay to come here. I don't know. We're gonna go over that Beddy's stuff with the horizontals, and how he tried to
I'd like to
go over his sophistry.
Yeah.
Okay, so getting the basis of what we've been doing, we've been going over the Euclidean geometry, and the idea was to subtly try and get people to sort of get a gist of it for themselves. I don't want to have to tell everybody something, because then it sounds like I'm preaching. But this is something that everybody should be able to do for themselves, right? You know, gain this understanding. And one of the steps of gaining this understanding is that you have to understand that you are the one that's in control of all of this. there may be people that have been around for quite a while that imagine that they are quite clever. Well, that when it comes to something so simple as this, and then you have to question people's sanity, you know, how clever actually are they if they struggle to talk about straight lines in a meaningful way, like with the understanding of what a horizontal is? Do they know what a vertical is? Do they know what perpendicular is? Actually, in reality, where's their understanding of all of that? Most people have it, but you remind me there, DP. I need to go and get me a t-shirt tonight.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Rob.
I keep forgetting about the t-shirt too. Sorry.
Hey, Rob.
So, yeah, the idea is to link it, all of this, to reality, which is where we were going in the end anyway. When we do our tests and when we have done our tests, it is born from Euclidean geometry, book 11. Proposition 1 is the test, our test. If anybody had have bothered to look at it, then they would see what's going on. Now, if our test is based upon Euclidean geometry, and that is to prove a straight line in reality, then there's only two options. You either go with the Euclidean proof and say that it's a straight line test, or you have to dismiss Euclidean geometry as proofs in reality and deny any of those Euclidean proofs within reality at the same time. I know which ones I've gone with. I've gone with gaining my own proofs in reality using Euclidean principles. It's up to you, everybody else that's listening, whatever they want to do. But we've got tests that are doing it easily done in reality, not costly, 100 quid. That's how much it cost me to find proof. Team up, get together, do some tests. We've done optic tests, we do all sorts of tests. It's all in reality. But in order for you to accept those tests in reality as a proof of anything, you need to have them founded on something. We've chose Euclidean geometry to base all of our geometric understanding on. I have. But as you heard before, there are other people that say that it's not that geometry, that's what they're using. So, well, maybe you want to be asking those other people what not that geometry is, because, or maybe look into what actually that geometry is. That's what we've been doing, going over Euclid, the basic concepts. It's only with having an understanding of what the basic Euclidean concepts are will you ever find an understanding to what not that is. And we keep asking people as to what not Euclidean geometry is, because I know what Euclidean geometry is, and that's based on a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points. That's basically it, really, isn't it? When you take Euclidean geometry down to that, it's just that straight line being the shortest distance, and the way you can use that one straight line or those 2 points. And the way you can describe it and predict things from knowing certain things. In reality, they didn't find out trigonometry was true without actually forming those triangles. How could you? You have to find the proof that it's true in reality to know that it's true. Otherwise, how do you know it works? You can only do it like that. So it only works one way. And for anyone to say, good luck to you, that they're using not that geometry is fantastical. But you know they're going to say it. They're going to have to. That was the tough part of... So hopefully we've got rid of some of the people that aren't going to like what we've got to say. I don't really want to upset anybody or cause anybody any mental anguish. We're just saying as truthful facts as we can possibly make them. And please don't get upset. And please don't attack people, because I've noticed a lot of that recently over in the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. They're getting a bit vile and disgusting. We had the doxing and now they're... Well, I don't know. I feel dirty thinking about them.
Now Blue's just stopping me from typing in his chat. He's not going to actually kick me out like he did last time or ban me or whatever, but he needs his safe space. You know, it's okay. I have to have a legitimate thing to chat about if I go in there, but his legitimate chat was taking the words you call them and making a pathetic meme out of it, and all I said was, you know, don't you have your own thoughts? You know, haven't you got any originality? And yeah, so rather than seeing, you know, blocking me and making everyone go, oh, he's just stopped me from being able to type in there.
Yeah, I saw that meme. And the funny thing is that I've never called them wizards. I mean, particularly Blue. I don't think you're a wizard. You're useless.
Bebby, I think, one we were calling a wizard.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, you're not a wizard if you get caught. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's pointing out that they're wizards isn't... Well, I mean, like, other people may consider them wizards still. It depends if you're being fooled by people. It depends what you're being fooled by. I mean, we're gonna go over it in a minute. If he's listening in.
They're listening.
Yeah.
They're listening and they're cowards. They're texting me now so I could go into their chat. Now listen to this. We're on a live show. I called them out and they want me to leave this beautiful show and go into a dead server and talk with them. If that's not scared and running, I don't know what is.
Yeah. Well,
you are a bunch of cowards. Stark Otter, WS, dog. You're all a bunch of cowards. I'm calling you out right now live. Me against all of you right now.
They won't come here. They consider it getting them publicity or something. But I say, like I keep saying to them, you're best off staying away. This is just reality. I said it to Betty. I said, don't take it over there as though it's flat earth and they have to debunk it. Because this is reality. Trying to debunk reality will do you in mentally. I said, don't take it over there. But he did. And he's still over there. And they're all bickering and bitching like SE says. It's safer for you guys. Just try not to. This is reality. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. But that makes them all parallel to each other as well. Provably. So you just fit it in your model. Just put that along into your model. It'd be the safest thing. So we dealt with reality, I think. I think we've made the link of Euclid to reality and the horizontals being parallel, the planes being parallel to the plane of the horizon. Because a horizontal, obviously, is a plane. I mean, anybody considering or not considering a horizontal as being a plane is a little bit strange. So are you guys all right? Are you ready for if we go over Betty? Let me get my screen on.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to this.
Right, and you guys, do you want to hear it, or do you just want to get the screenshots and we'll go over his screenshots? What do you want to do? Do you want to hear it? So it's half an hour.
Yeah, it is only half hour, isn't it?
Maybe even less than that. What do you want to do? Do you want to go over it?
Yeah, I'd like to hear him, but
Yeah.
if everyone else just wants to see it, that's fine. Might take more than half hour to go through it, though.
Yeah, let me get the live stream over. How the hell do I do that now? Oh, I know. Which screen is that showing now? Oh, moved the wrong one over. Are you guys still there?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just entertained by space.
Yes.
Okay, right.
Yeah, me too.
Right, I can only get this screen here as a smallish one, so we'll point out the things. If somebody wants to get a screenshot of them, I'll try and get a screenshot of the thing and put it in the chat to go over it if you want to, right? So anyway, so Betty comes over. He's did he say he made a presentation for T-shirt logic and he decided to go and fix it. Initially it was an if P then Q statement, always has been, as we wrote it for the T-shirt logic, but it was wrote, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals will be parallel to each other. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other. Close-ended statement, right? The argument should come through the logic to see if anybody can find any flaws within it. And everybody should... Go on.
So I was just going to say, has anyone ever measured a horizontal that isn't parallel to the horizon? So, sorry, Ben.
Yeah. Well, it was our understanding, perhaps naively, that a horizontal plane was understood as being, horizontal. It's like if you have a level and you're ever leveling anything, you always have to level it across two axes, right? Even if you're putting a post in, you have to check vertical on one side and vertical on the other to make sure through the two axes that it is actually vertical and it's standing upright across those two. It's exactly the same with the horizontal. You have to know that it's across the two, you know, it has to be on the plane. That was perhaps naively for us going into this to not make that more clear to people when we were talking about what we were talking about with the horizontal. So this is now Beddy's coming back around with his, I'd call it reinterpretation, or no. He said he would come with a demonstration that horizontals could be parallel to the plane of the horizon, but not parallel to each other. Here we go. You're right to go with. Well, this is him coming round here one morning, a couple of days ago.
It's 15:59. Why not? Let's go. First thing, can we all see?
Wait a minute, let me get you.
Right, can we all see the screen? Should it be full screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see it.
It's not very
if I
big
page
screen.
down, can you see the new screen? The new slide.
Here it is. Still,
Is
here
all-
it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not changed, I don't think.
No, the
So-
screen has not changed. Original one.
Ah. Thank
Oh,
you.
there you go. It's changed now.
Now it changed, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to stop sharing. I want to get it on full screen. And share. Window.
So I guess you could call this geometry,
Could
right?
discuss
But
that.
we are Euclid night, so
And if I page down to
Practical.
the next slide, can you see it's changed?
just a minute. Loading up.
It should. What can you see now?
I can see all horizontals are
Lovely.
parallel to
So
one
it
another.
works.
And yeah,
Good.
that's moving around, yeah.
Right, so a quick background, brief background. That is what I copied from, I think it was from YouTube, is that right, Bev? I copied it from somewhere that you prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
He's talking about a YouTube comment that he's took from the comment section on YouTube video. One of the main places we start discussions about logic, normally not. But that's where Beddy's got his this information from.
I discussed definitions with Bev, the Next Level server, on the 16th of Jan, and we agreed the following definitions.
There was an amendment, though, to that.
There was an amendment, and I'm just showing that, and the point is to say what I'm going to show is that using these definitions, it follows that not all horizontals are parallel to one another. And that is the proposition. So I'm going to demonstrate that proposition is false. Just as another way of background, I gave.
Did you get that? Beddy is going to
Proposition
get.
false.
Yeah, all horizontals are parallel to one another. Beddy is going to prove false. He's just claimed. So, here we go.
Two presentations before on this. One was a generic presentation. The first one aimed at a kind of argument. I didn't target anyone's argument in particular, though I think people could spot what I was getting at. In the second,
Right, so that's Beddy again admitting that the first time he came over to adult Globe Earth Discord server Bob's, he went over there with a generic argument, which he made up. He admitted that was his interpretation of flat Earth logic that he took over to Bob's. maybe that was to entice us into a conversation with him. Maybe that's the sort of foreplay that Beddy was doing. Whether he could engage in a logic foreplay or something, and in order to entice us over there. But we did say it was ridiculous, and we obviously knew that he'd made up a straw man argument from Flat Earth side. And so that was the first meeting that we had with him, was where we had a discussion about his straw man argument that he'd made up from logic, and where he told us he was a new logic man, which we felt was a bit dubious. But no, this second one,
I kind of repaired the argument. I thought the arguments it stood just didn't work, and I still think that. So what I call the charity principle, where if something doesn't make sense, you try and interpret what the person's saying in a way that does make sense. Everyone objected, complained that I was straw manning. So I thought, well, this time I will take the very proposition we're talking about, which is this one. I call it T for T-shirt, by the way. And I'll take the definitions, and here they are, 3 definitions. I've labelled them, D1, D2, D3. Bev, are you okay with those?
A vertical is a line that is plumb. Yeah, plumb.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It follows the draft, and I've added, that's my...
Okay, everybody okay with that? He's got some definitions, which he had to ask me for. I don't know why he had to ask me for my definitions. We are talking about reality here. But this is what he had to deal with. So is everyone all right with that? A vertical is a line that is plumb. Does that sound good for everyone? I don't want to be saying that it's just me speaking for myself or whatever. So we are just going over definitions
100%. 100%.
Yeah.
It cannot be anything but, as a matter of fact.
The direction of a plumb bob.
Yep, and horizontal is perpendicular.
Whatever is perpendicular to a vertical.
Yeah, perpendicular to a vertical is horizontal. Yeah. Right, everyone okay with that? A horizontal is whatever is perpendicular to a vertical.
You know what their problem is? Us agreeing with you on facts is what their problem is. That's when they start calling us Bevites and stupid shit like that, because we agree with your logic.
Well, this is
Their problem is they
not
think
really.
Bev invented this.
This
That's
is not
their
really
problem.
logic. This, I mean, we are just saying, right? So, first off, definition number 1: a vertical is a line that is plumb. I don't know why he's talking about verticals, to be honest with you, but the logic states that all horizontals.
They start with the vertical.
Well,
because
they
need that to be.
Yeah. Vertical, right? They imagine it helps them, but it's not. It's just vertical. Then
yes.
Definition number 2.
So he's already slipped another word in, right?
Right, yeah, we've added vertical into something that within the logic there's no mention of. But
actually, I've heard him say before that you shouldn't be putting other words in there. You need to keep it nice and precise, right?
Yeah.
Using the words that you're going to use, not other words.
Yeah, that's his
the
first
word
definition.
it's inserted is plumb.
Vertical as well. There's no vertical in the all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yeah. Vertical doesn't come into that logical statement at all.
No,
they need gravity down to the center of a ball, so they need that vertical.
Oh, Paige.
Yeah.
Right, okay. A horizontal.
Let off of that one.
Yeah, a horizontal is whatever, he put that in special brackets, whatever is perpendicular to vertical.
What does that mean? Like, whatever is.
Well, like, a horizontal is perpendicular to a vertical. Right? It's a bit of wordplay, but...
It's him slipping in
keep
A
note
line
of it.
instead of a plane.
Yeah. Whatever is whatever could possibly be a line instead of a plane. Do you think?
Yeah, that's what he
Whatever
did.
Exactly. Whatever is perpendicular to a vertical.
Yeah.
Is that what he's saying?
So a horizontal is whatever is perpendicular. But a horizontal is, get rid of the brackets, perpendicular to a vertical. Because we all know horizontal's a plane. So, or you could put a vase on that plane. Right? Couldn't you?
Yep.
With his whatever is. But hey.
It's a bit vague.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the plane of the horizon is that which all horizontals are parallel to.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean...
Yeah, do you like that? The plane of the horizon is that which all horizontals are parallel to.
Yeah, I like that.
See, I'd agree with anything, because he says all.
Yeah. Well, they're the ones he asked. He asked me for some definitions, so they're the definitions I gave him, particularly suited for the logic, right? Tailored specifically, you might say, for this logic. And the only one thing, like you've noted there, is a little bracket bit there that he slipped in. There we go.
D3 is not very good as it stands because it doesn't define a unique object. It doesn't say what the plane passes through. Is it going through my head or my feet, somewhere under the earth, somewhere in the sky, center of the earth, whatever? But it will do for this purpose of this argument. So.
Right, he's trying to bring a vagueness to a plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
But parallel to, right? Doesn't need a position affixing to the plane of the horizon. Right? And he said it's not, but it's the horizon. The plane of the horizon. Like, how can that be vague?
It wouldn't matter what orientation the horizon's in. A parallel line to it will be parallel to it if it's in the same orientation, regardless of that orientation.
Yeah. And like a horizontal is the totality of the horizon. So the horizon goes around you. So therefore, the parallel to that plane is what a horizontal is.
Yep.
Pretty simple. So off we go. Here we go.
So, shall I continue?
Yeah.
So there's going to be 8 propositions, logically connected. The first is let P, let the variable P, or the constant P in fact, or the placeholder, be a plane that is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So is everyone happy that we can let something be something, like in that way?
Yeah, a plane parallel to... This is a little bit strange, but I mean, do you understand what he's doing? In order to disprove a logical statement, he's laying out a means to be able to disprove a logical statement. He's not coming up with another logical statement to disprove it. He's coming up with a scenario, right? This is his demonstration that horizontals are not parallel to each other. And he's laying out a scenario to the plane of the horizon. That's, yes.
Yeah.
So he stated, let P be the plane that is parallel to the plane of the horizon. So can you all envision that?
Yeah. He's turning it around opposite.
Well, he's just establishing a plane that is parallel to the plane of the horizon. Right? So
yeah, you could put it.
Let's establish a horizontal plane. Okay.
I've got that.
Yep.
Definitely.
That's what he's done. Next one.
We're saying there is an embedded assumption here that parallel planes exist at all in geometry or maths. You have to, and
is that Rob?
They exist.
Uh-oh.
You sounded so defeated when I said, "Can I add something to that?"
I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry.
You want to add something? Go on.
Yeah, it seems like they just want disco ballers.
Well, I don't know what they want. This is nothing to do with models at the minute.
All right, okay, I'm sorry.
He said there's some embedded assumption that you can even have parallel planes.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to go back over that because I missed it. Right, so listen to what he says under his voice here, quietly.
Right, and so is everyone happy that we can let something be something, like in that way?
Yeah, a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. That's, yes.
Yeah, because we're saying there is an embedded assumption here that parallel planes exist at all in geometry or maths. You have to, and in logic, you have to say whether things exist or not. And we're assuming that. We're assuming that parallel planes or planes that are parallel to the plane of the horizon exist. So are we happy?
We're assuming that they exist. Nice.
Yeah, I'd call that
an assumption. Well, I mean, you could. I guess you could make that assumption, couldn't you?
Well, if you've never made one, then yeah, you'd have to assume it.
Yeah. That's what he's assuming, that they are. It is possible that they do exist, right? So at least he has the possibility that they could exist, planes parallel to that of the horizon, because he's set off with having one plane parallel to the horizon. So he starts off with one.
With that existence assertion.
Yeah. Like within Euclidean geometry, in reality, right?
Well, in geometry. I don't know about reality.
Particularly Euclidean geometry.
We're talking Euclidean here. Oh, and let me just go.
There you go. Euclidean in reality.
So is he dividing it in like geometry and reality then?
I think so. I think he was trying to separate them. Yeah. But I mean,
because he's heard you say, "Oh, this is just geometry," or "We're talking about reality." Maybe that's what he hasn't quite figured out yet. That actually there's some sort of relationship there.
Yeah, massive link.
Yeah, important. Geometry, and certainly Euclidean geometry, says nothing about plumb bobs or plums or vertical. There's no vertical.
Well, yeah,
there is. No vertical property.
Yes, there is.
Okay, let me just note that because I don't want to get down a rabbit hole here. But
this is where all of the Adult Globe Earth Discord server listen out here.
Saying that the term or the meaning of vertical.
There's a vertical angle, yes. It is mentioned in Euclid.
Okay. It's actually mentioned there's a proposition in Euclid that uses the term vertical, is there?
Yes, vertical angle. Pretty early on.
Angle.
Yeah.
It would help if we could let's take that offline. It would help if you could refer me to the proposition in Euclid that actually mentions verticality or plumbness.
No, vertical angles. Similar.
Well, plumbness. What do you use plumbness?
The vertical here is a line, not an.
He's doing it. He's doing it because he's told the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers that I was the one that got confused here, when I've just said there are vertical angles within Euclid. That's all I said there. Now he's going to try and confuse plumb into Euclidean geometry in the plane geometry, right? Because that's where vertical angles are, in the plane geometry part of it. If you want to start talking about plumb, then you would definitely need to go to solid geometry in book 11.
They wouldn't have.
Or you're cutting out there really badly, Paige.
Oh, sorry. Is that any better?
Yeah,
I think we've got bad internet.
Yeah. I think you're breaking up quite a lot.
Proposition 15.
You break up a little bit too there, Bev. I thought it was just my end.
Oh, I'm breaking up, am I? Oh. Paige is breaking
up.
Oh,
yeah, Paige is breaking up too.
I haven't heard you break up, Bev.
Okay.
Sorry,
right. Can we carry on with this then?
Yeah. Didn't I say plum about 10 minutes ago?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mentioned the word plum.
Yeah.
You get a point for that.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
But at the moment, we are talking about horizontals.
Yeah.
And being parallel to the plane of the horizon, where he's talking about just vertical angles, like I mentioned. They are mentioned in Euclid. Vertical is.
Yeah. I'm just digging it out, actually.
Yeah. Well, I think I go to it and tell him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I do.
Angle, correct?
Vertical is an orientation, right?
Oh, it's an orientation.
Yeah.
A vertical orientation.
Yeah, for like what a vertical is, right?
Well,
Surely.
I don't know. We'd have to agree that in geometry and Euclid, the concept of being vertical exists. But let's not. This does not.
In reality, yeah, like within Euclidean geometry and within reality, verticals are well defined.
Okay,
we all know what it means.
Let's park that one. I don't think that's correct. But if you can point me to the proposition in Euclid, then I'm happy with that.
Yeah, he's obviously not looked at Euclid at all and know that when you get two lines cutting each other, the vertical angles are equal.
Yeah, I've got in my book it says if two straight lines cut one another, the vertical or opposite angles shall be equal.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a basic concept in geometry, right? Yeah. And for him to not know that says
15.
Yeah, that's called vertical angles or opposite, like you say.
Yeah.
It's just a term within. Yeah.
Yeah, but why would you have to say I'll just put that on the I'll put that on the side for a minute. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I'm here doing logic on geometry, but I haven't read any books on it yet. But anyway, I'm good at logic. Yeah, sorry.
Right, here we go.
Okay, let P be a plane. We're happy with that. 2. Let A and B be two intersecting straight lines on P. Again, this is an existence assertion. I'm implying that on any plane, we can find two straight lines that intersect.
Yeah. Is there a bit of background noise coming from there somewhere?
There is. I hope it's not from me.
No, it's Captain Caveman.
Okay,
Sorry.
He's muted.
Sounds better.
I actually thought that was tonight then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, 3, which is not an assumption, it's derived.
Right, did you see that? Did you miss that? I'll go back again.
Okay, let P be a plane, we're happy with that. 2. Let A and B be two intersecting straight lines on P. Again, this is an existence assertion. I'm implying that on any plane, we can find two straight lines that intersect.
Why did he add that?
Well, it's just this is like a thing he's laying out right now. To me, he's just laying something out, right? It's to be judged upon later on. So he's just he's first off, step one, he's made a plane that's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Step number 2, let A and B be 2 lines on that plane that are intersecting. So let's draw 2 intersecting lines.
Right.
On that plane. Yeah.
Right. He could have said 2 circles. He could have said 2 squares.
Yeah, he could have drawn 2 dicks.
Right.
He could have literally done anything on there and let them be 2 squiggles around each other, right?
But he made them cross.
Yeah, he just made 2 intersecting lines.
Right. Okay.
Important note tonight. So, but then the interruption happens. But there's no. He's just laying out a plane with 2 lines on it at the minute. Yeah.
So he's got a plane, but then 2 intersecting lines are not on that plane. They're crossing over that plane.
No, he says, let P be a plane that is parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Right? So he's made a plane, called it P.
Yeah.
And then he says, let A and B be 2 intersecting straight lines on P.
Yeah.
So he's just drawn 2 straight lines on that plane that he's established. It follows.
They don't have to be. They don't have to be right angles or anything like that. They're just crossing and
2 lines. Yeah, he's called them straight lines.
But the angles will be equal on the opposite sides. Yeah.
They're crossing on the plane, but they're not on the plane.
No, they are on the plane.
They are on the plane. It says on P.
Yeah, they are.
So it's basically like X and Y. Yeah, it's X and Y crossing.
Oh, right, yeah.
I mean, the way to think of it.
Yeah, I had the very same misunderstanding the first time he explained it. I see what you're saying because I misunderstood it the exact same way you just did.
Yeah.
Well, that's why that's good to go over. I think good. Brilliant.
So
anyone's got questions,
he's just drawn X on a piece of paper, right? His plane is established, piece of paper, and he's drawn X on that. Yeah. All happy with that. That's what he's done. So we'll carry on. Is there a bit of background noise coming from there somewhere?
There is. I hope it's not from me.
No.
Sounds better. Right, 3, which is not an assumption. It's derived directly from 2 and from the definition of parallel. Lines that intersect are not parallel. Therefore, we can conclude from definitions that I haven't given here, but we all accept from Euclidean geometry, we can conclude that A and B are not parallel to one another.
Based on what?
Well, we said 2, that A and B intersect. Euclid defines parallel as straight lines that don't intersect.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting you.
You're okay with that? I could have actually said.
You're saying that A and B are 2 intersecting straight lines on the plane.
Correct. Yes.
Right. Okay. Well, all of the straight lines are lying on the plane.
All of the straight lines lying on the plane.
Yeah.
No, not all of the straight lines. We've selected a plane.
Any 2 points on the plane would be connected by a straight line. So the plane can be said to contain all of the straight lines.
On that plane, yes.
Yeah.
There will be other planes.
Yeah,
there will be other lines on other.
Yeah.
Why did he mention that they weren't? Because a minute ago you said about.
Yeah, well, he's just said there, like he's laying it out. Look, let P be a plane, parallel. Let A and B be 2 intersecting straight lines on P. Then they are not parallel to one another. Right?
Oh. Is that why, that could have caused confusion because of the fact that it could have been on the Z axis rather than the. Do you know what I mean? Then.
Well, the Z axis
would be
off the plane, wouldn't they?
Perpendicular.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not. They're on the plane, and he's just drawn a cross and then gone.
Yeah.
Those 2 lines there are not parallel because they're crossing, they're intersecting, right? Yeah. I mean, you're following along with what he's doing, right?
Oh, that's a major breakdown in logic right there.
Well, I mean, it's not logic. I mean, he's gone. Here's a plane. Here's a cross. Those two lines are intersecting, therefore not parallel. Right? That's his first three assumptions, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The planes, but this plane in particular, which you called P, will contain lines. We'll assume that some of them intersect. But we have to assume that. And then it follows that if they intersect... Sorry?
I'm with you. Yeah.
Okay, so you're happy with 3. All the logical steps to 3 we're happy with.
The lines, yeah.
Yeah, I see what you mean now.
Yeah.
When he said logical steps, what logic do you think we've employed with the logical steps that we've taken? Anyone? I'll give you one. He's drawn some straight lines, so you've got a bit of logic there within the definitions of the book of Euclid. Straight lines, we know what they are. We also know what the plane is that he's established. So they are the logical steps that we've taken to this point, right? In our understanding of exactly what he's done, that's the logic. Right, and he's asked us, have we followed along with it? Yeah. He's laying out something, isn't he?
2 seconds then, Bev. Mm-hmm. So that cross is, they are on a parallel plane, yeah?
They are on a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yep.
Oh.
But they're not parallel to each other.
Yeah, but they're not parallel to each other. Yeah. Right. I'm following. Sorry, I'm a bit slow.
All horizontals established on parallel are parallel to each other. So all horizontals and they're all parallel, aren't they?
Well, that's the claim that we.
Oh, he's just said that they're not.
That. Yeah.
You see.
Well, no,
because he's got a cross.
Right, okay, he's just crossed. He's just made a cross on a plane.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're saying they're not parallel, but. Is he meaning they're not
those
parallel,
lines? Right.
With a parallel, you know what I mean?
You'll see what's going on, right? But this is slightly different than what we've ever dealt with before. But as long as you follow the process that's going on, you'll be wise to ever hearing it again. Okay. Step 1, establish a plane. Step 2, draw 2 lines on that plane that are intersecting. Step 3, state that those 2 lines that are intersecting are not parallel. Genius move, but you're following along so far. Here we go.
4. This is an assumption, but it's a geometric one. If any plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all straight lines on that plane are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, parallel to the plane, I guess. Parallel to a straight line on the plane of the horizon. They're equal. Because if the planes are parallel, then you can't assume that all of the straight lines are also parallel, can you? Because like you've just said, you can have straight lines intersecting on the plane.
Yeah, but...
So you can't really assume if any plane's parallel, then all of the straight lines on that plane are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Is that the way you're doing it?
So we've got 2 planes.
A straight line being parallel to a plane.
Sorry, say that again, Bev.
Are you having a straight line being is that what you're trying to get here? Any straight line in a plane will be considered parallel to an other plane that the line's drawn into?
I think that's right, yeah. So if any plane, you've got 2 planes here. We've got P, and we've got the plane of the horizon. Do we agree with that?
Yeah. Right. Anyone got any problems or anything with what we just said?
I think I understand what their beef is. Those, like the cross on the piece of paper, are if you consider them to be verticals, like walls, just for example, those lines, then they are not parallel if you turn them into a three-dimensional wall. I think that's what they're trying to do, to say that they're not parallel lines.
Well, no, I'll give you an example. Get the whiteboard of mine, right? Now, I draw a cross on that whiteboard.
I have my own whiteboard. I'm gonna draw it right now.
Okay, well, we'll draw one of them vertical, and then the other one not vertical.
Or like just even on an angle, like.
Yeah, just cross them over. Make sure they intersect. Right? And you play along with your vertical there, right? So you've
don't have a vertical.
You've got a whiteboard that's in the vertical plane.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Okay,
Now
yeah,
you've
yeah,
drawn
yeah.
one of those lines that's vertical. Or in fact, they're both on a vertical plane, right? So you've got two lines on a vertical plane.
On a vertical plane.
Right. Okay. Now, see what he's done here. He said, if...
Hold on, Bev. 2 seconds. Sorry, mate.
Go on.
So you could actually get a level and plumb another line. And then you have a plumb line. Do you know what I mean? A plumb line on the plumb plane.
Yeah. Well, that's
Are you guys looking at my screen at all?
No.
Oh.
I'm doing this. So what I'm saying is, what I say to him, right? So you've done two crosses, right? You've actually got two intersecting lines. Now, imagine they are levels on a plane, right? Now, I say, because you can have that, you could position yourself where that level would be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, if I took my whiteboard and put it on the floor, those two lines are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
And you could orientate yourself that if there was a level there, that level would be parallel to the plane of the horizon.
On either of the lines, yes.
If you move yourself to make it so, because that line is in the plane of the horizon, right? That you can, of course, make it parallel to the plane of the horizon if you orientate yourself correctly. But technicality, right? But what he said, if any plane is parallel to a plane of the horizon, then all straight lines on that plane are parallel to the plane of the horizon. It's an assumption that he's made within his structure of his argument. I'm trying to play along with him. Does anybody else have a problem with what he's just stated? If any plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon, right? So he's talking about a plane and a plane parallel to the horizon, right? That plane being parallel to the horizon. Then all straight lines on that plane are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah. That's what we've been saying, isn't it?
Yeah. They are parallel to the plane because they're drawn on the plane.
That's when we go bam.
Well, I don't know whether you can say he's setting it up, right?
Yeah. You're thinking that he's gonna, like.
No, he's got those lines that are intersecting, being parallel
on a plane
to another plane.
Yeah. He's
Right?
mixing it up.
Yeah.
Right.
If any plane is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all straight lines on that plane, on the one plane, are parallel to the plane of the other plane.
Yeah, so they can be intersecting lines on a parallel plane that
are still parallel to that second plane.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they're intersecting lines on a parallel plane. Important.
The parallel planes are the important part, right? Yeah.
Yes.
The lines
And
on the plane
will always be parallel to
straight.
that second plane.
Be parallel to the other plane, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
I don't know if he's playing word games or if he hasn't actually figured that out yet. That's the thing, because I just don't think he's had any practical experience. That's where he's just been reading shit and got confused.
P is, well, we don't even need to talk about P. We just got, if any plane is parallel, if any plane at all is parallel to the plane of the horizon, and all the straight lines on that plane are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Is that Saragaki?
It's an assumption. We can ignore 1 to 3 entirely for the purpose of this assumption. It's simply a bit of geometry, two planes which are parallel to each other, i.e. every perpendicular on one of the planes is perpendicular to the other plane.
Yeah, there will be a position that you can stand with that straight line, and you will be able to look and you will be able to see that straight line would be parallel to the plane. I think I'm with you.
You sure? Let's think of a box. We've built a box. We've done a bit of carpentry. We've built a box, and then you've got the bottom of the box and the top of the box. The plane of the top and the plane of the bottom are parallel to each other. We've built it well. Then I'll draw a line on the top. That line must be parallel to the plane of the bottom.
Yeah. In any direction, like you could go 45 degrees or whatever.
Yeah, anywhere you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And note that is all straight lines.
Because it is the line is formed in a plane that is parallel. Right?
Well, that's the meaning of straight lines on that plane.
Yeah.
So are we totally happy with that?
Yeah. Yeah, the planes are parallel, so any straight lines that are drawn on the plane will be parallel to the plane.
Yes. So 5, and this is a derivation, it's not an assumption. So 1, we've said P is a plane that's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Number 4, we've said that if any plane, and this now includes P, is parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all straight lines on that plane are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, 5, all straight lines on P are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, I think that's what we just said, isn't it?
Sure. I mean, it's just that is not geometric, that's logical.
Yep.
Okay, we're doing well here. 6, which we get from 2 and 5 above. So we've assumed, we've let A and B be two intersecting straight lines on P. So we've assumed that A and B are on P, and they're straight. So all straight lines on P, which will include A and B, are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, lines A and B are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Yeah, as defined.
Okay. It follows from the original definitions, D2 and D3, in a slightly fiddly way. We could have defined those, we could have made those definitions better, but it's kind of obvious anyway. Lines that are parallel to the plane of the horizon are horizontals. Any line that's parallel to the plane of the horizon must be a horizontal by definition.
Yep.
Sure?
Lovely.
Yeah, it's more like all lines that are parallel to the plane of the horizon must be on a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon.
You cut out a little bit.
No. So do I need to jump back in again?
Well, you did a minute ago. You went a bit gurgly for me, but I don't know if it was me or just ask anyone else.
No, he cut out.
Come and kill everyone else.
You want me to
Cut out
jump
for
out
me
there
as well.
again?
Yeah.
Yeah, you better do it, mate.
I don't know, he's been pretty good for me lately.
Yeah, well, all lines on the plane.
It's not lines, it's planes.
Well, yeah, horizontals, yeah.
Yeah, all planes of the horizon, yeah.
Yeah, the
'Cause we don't
horizontal
draw
has
lines.
to be on a plane in order to be a line.
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's weird because the horizontal is the plane, but any 2 points on that plane
It's a
will
line.
establish a straight line. Yeah, it's just a basic geometric fact, right? All points on the horizontal plane will be at the same height, and they're all, you know, like it's just I think it's a geometric confusion that's going on at the minute. It's just the way people use the words.
It's wordology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Are you ready to go? Carry on.
Yeah.
Really sure?
I am.
So, from 6 and 7, A and B are horizontals. It may seem tedious, but if you're going to do logic, you have to do it painful step by painful step.
Yeah. Painful step by
That's
painful
not painful
step.
at all,
I mean,
is it?
come on. Dude.
The only person
be
making
enjoying
it
this.
painful is Baby.
Well, everyone else is, enjoying it.
There we go.
Okay, with that. Right, from 3 and 8, we've assumed A and B are not parallel to one another. It follows from 3 and 8 that some horizontals, namely A and B, are not parallel to one another.
You just put 2 lines on a plane.
Yeah.
And said they're not parallel.
2 lines on a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Do you agree with? I mean, that follows by logic. If you agree with 8, and you agree with 3, which is an assumption. No, it's not an assumption; it's a derivation. You have to agree that some horizontals, i.e., A and B, are not parallel to one another.
There you go. You have to agree.
Yeah.
If you agreed to it earlier on, you have to agree to it at the end.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, do you put him right?
Well, anybody else got anything to say before you hear what I say?
Well, they both of them straight lines are in the very same horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's his confusion. Totally.
Yeah, 'cause this was the point I brought up earlier. If you pretend that those 2 lines are actually like vertical, then they wouldn't be parallel.
Yeah, like I said originally to you when you drew your 2 lines on your whiteboard, and it's vertical. Would you be able to use that verticals aren't parallel because you've just drawn those 2 lines on your board? Because that's exactly the same thing that Bebby's doing, isn't it? Therefore,
Right.
you could just draw 2 lines on a whiteboard and say, therefore, verticals are not parallel.
Yeah.
It would be the same.
That's what he's doing, yeah.
They're on the
Whether
same
he
plane,
thinks...
but they're not in the same orientation.
Yeah. Well, I mean...
Yeah, of course.
He thinks there's only one.
He
just thinks there's a
thinks...
plane and that's it.
He thinks this is a win for him within logic, right? He thinks what he's just done there is a logic win.
Well, hopefully when if he's listening to this, he'll be scratching his head right now.
He's not.
And if he's not...
He'll be saying that we don't understand logic. Telling you.
Or we don't understand what crossed lines are not parallel, but they're on the same plane, which makes them parallel to that plane.
Mm-hmm. But not parallel to each other.
No, but they are parallel to each other on that plane. They're only not parallel when you turn them into vertical walls.
And he's supposed to be attacking the T-shirt logic.
Well, the point is...
That's planes. We're talking about planes in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing
exactly
nothing to do with the lines within those planes and the orientation of the lines within those planes. He's supposed to be logically taking apart the T-shirt logic, and he's doing everything to avoid it. He's talking about the lines within the planes, not the planes that are mentioned in the logical statement on the T-shirt.
Yeah.
I think he's talking about underpant logic.
Right, do you want to hear what I said to him anyway?
And before you do that, Bev, I mean, that's what you said about the whiteboard is what did it for me. I have one in my office here, so I actually did that. I put 2 intersecting lines on a whiteboard, and the light bulb went off as to what he was doing.
Yeah.
Because then at that point you could say both of those intersecting lines are on a vertical plane.
Yeah. Therefore,
even though that's not how anyone would think of that, especially the line that looks horizontal on the vertical whiteboard. Right, but the way he's talking about it, that would also be a vertical line within a vertical plane.
The thing about the horizontal plane is it contains the X and the Y.
Correct.
Whereas the vertical only contains the Z in your thought because it's a straight line. Whereas the horizontal plane contains the other 2 axes.
That's the point I was trying to make to God Scalpel earlier.
Yeah.
That, the computer, the CNC, has to consider the movements within one plane as 2 separate movements in axes,
Yeah,
because it can't separate the left to right and the front to back motion off of the one plane. So it has to separate the 2 motions.
Yeah, if it's moving.
Yeah, like you said a minute ago.
Oh, go on.
Sorry. No, I was going to say, when you mentioned about, say, if you were leveling a post, like a wooden post. Well, if you just put the level on vertical, one side, and you could just walk away and say that's vertical, right? But no, you'd have to do it the other way as well to make sure and there'd be parallel planes, vertical planes.
Yeah. There's 3 axes. That's the point, isn't it? X, Y, and Z.
Not X and Z.
Yeah, when you think of yeah, that's it.
But that's only if you're talking about reality.
What I thought of it was like a computer monitor. Tilt your computer or a tablet. You take your tablet, you've got the 2 lines crossing, then tilt your tablet upwards. Well, if they're both horizontals, then when you tilt your horizontal tablet up, they're both not vertical.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty. To those of us that live within reality, right? And like I said at the beginning of this is all based on Euclid, right? So you have to have a firm understanding of Euclid in order to say not Euclid. So as Bebby's talking about this, most of us in here will be understanding quite clearly the horizontal plane that we're talking about. Whereas I'm sure Bebby and all of the others that are thinking some sort of non-Euclidean plane, like Babs had. This concept of where they can have perpendiculars to the plane not being parallel. Because that's what is necessitated by it. So their understanding of a plane is completely different. I'm thinking because they understand that non-Euclidean geometry is what they need.
But he was talking about straight lines all the way through it, though, on his plane.
Yeah. Yeah, the horizontal, so the lines are on the plane. But if you notice, what he did was every time horizontal lines are parallel to another plane. All of the horizontal lines are parallel to another plane. To a parallel to another plane. So he's saying one plane is parallel to another plane. But then he makes the switch that those are lines on a plane. And those lines, when taken individually together on the same plane, not being compared to another plane, because that's what you're doing. If you're comparing a line on one plane with another plane, you're talking about 2 points contained on a plane being parallel to another plane. Of course they are, if they're plane parallel to it. But when you separate those 2 points from the plane and put them on the plane together and treat them individually and not compare them to another plane that they are parallel to, do you have the ability to call them both horizontal? Well, if mathematically you were to put them on a plane, would you be able to call them both horizontal? That's a serious question you'd have to ask yourself. If you were a logician, if you were to draw those two lines on a piece of paper, like Kevin said earlier, you draw it on a whiteboard, can you call both of those lines vertical? Well, you'd have to ask the same question. If you were to draw them on a plane, could you call them both horizontal? Or would you be specifically calling them the orientation horizontal and not the lines horizontal? Ask yourself. Ask yourself, who's the logician? And should the logician be the one asking the questions? Or
That's
answering
the same thing
questions?
Space Pope tried to do just now.
Yeah.
Did he?
With
I
the
came
left
right
on the
at the end.
plane,
I missed that.
right? So left on the plane, right, somehow makes the plane not the plane, and they focus on the left, right? Just this, he's doing the same thing. He's making that one direction on the plane, and then saying, "Well, look, this other direction on the plane intersects with it. Now the plane's not the plane."
Yeah.
Correct. Your left is my right is your left. It's not it's not I was just gonna say it's magic. It's wizardry. It's not logic.
Yeah. Totally.
If he stretched his arms out and then turned his body through 90 degrees, he'd then be moving backwards and forwards with his arms left and right. It's crazy.
I have to bring out the point here with that mirroring, right? That's what you call that problem specifically, which within mathematics is just a similarity sort of thing, right? You know, within mathematics, what is mirroring? Is it the same? Like, could you mirror a square? And would there be a left side and a right side within mathematics? Or is that a conceptual thing within reality, right? And a perceptual thing? It's definitely not geometry, right? Left and right. And that sort of mirroring aspect that would happen in reality. And which is interesting. Keep an eye out for mirroring. You'll hear it quite often. But yeah, that's the, you know, like it's a, they sort of play within the geometrical side of it, but then they move out of it and start dealing with the left and the right and the lines and the concepts of, which I would call magic tricks. But
yeah, does Euclid say anything about left and right?
No.
Orientation? There we go.
Where is left and right on an infinite plane? Where does it start being left and stop being right?
Well, they put north as the forward, and therefore east might be right and west might be left.
You have to fix.
Do you know what I mean?
You have to affix an orientation somewhere, though, don't you, in order for you to do that.
To base your coordinate system.
Why
yeah,
does
if you go down the road,
why can't it be east and west?
Well, the left and right is a personal thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like
if you go down the road and someone says go
being
up,
forwards.
turn left, turn right, you don't think about the orientation of north, south, east, west at that point, do you? Ditch it, because obviously it's not in context.
Right. Do you want to hear what I said anyway? Since we've just gone over all of that, I think I've said most of this anyway, right? But just because Bebby's in the chat and he'll probably moan that we didn't play it all, because now's the bit where you're gonna hear the like Sean G did the other day. Now, I would say at that point is where the discussion should start, right? This is where the logical argument comes into it. Here we go. The horizontal planes.
No, horizontal lines.
On a horizontal plane.
Sorry?
On a horizontal plane.
Yeah. So these are horizontal lines on a horizontal plane.
Yep.
And we've assumed that they're not they're intersecting lines.
Yeah, and they could be squiggly lines.
No, right? we said step 2, let A and B be two intersecting straight lines.
Yeah, but it could be. You could have said circles, couldn't you? Like just the fact that, yeah, I know, but I mean, what you're saying there is that's the only definition of a horizontal line that you're going to accept on that plane. I mean, that doesn't logically follow, surely.
Okay. Do you disagree with 9? Do you think it's false?
Well, you're assuming that the horizontal line being on a horizontal plane, just because it's straight, you can say you can have two intersecting horizontals. Well, they're on a horizontal plane. And to understand what a horizontal is to understand the horizontal plane, the orientation. It's not the line that's on the plane.
So you disagree with 9. You think 9 is false?
Well, in your understanding of a straight line, because like I say, you could have said, let A and B be two circles drawn on P.
Well, I could, but the argument I'm considering, we assume they're two intersecting straight lines.
Yeah,
but we can't assume. I did ask right at the beginning.
We could assume though. Can we assume circles? Would it make any difference at all if we said at step 2, let A and B be two intersecting circles on P? Would it make any difference to this, or other than to your argument? But other than, all of the other things that we say, would us saying circles there at that step 2 make any difference to the logical steps of the rest of the argument?
I don't see how that's relevant, so I'm not really interested in it. My question is...
Do you hear that? Doesn't seem that as being relevant. Where you couldn't just assume at that point there where he said...
You got him there. You killed him. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Or am I still cutting out?
No.
Yeah, that's where you had him in the corner. That was amazing.
Can you run that back again, please, Ben? Yeah, Bev. Sorry, my lad's calling me as well. I missed a bit of that. Sorry.
What, of Bebby?
Oh, just you. So whoever that last minute or so I missed.
Minute.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'll give it.
Thanks.
From here. Circles drawn on Did you get
that?
Circles.
Well,
I'll go back a bit. I need to nip to the toilet, so. Yep.
Sure? Really, really sure? So, from 6 and 7, A and B are horizontals.
Oh.
It may seem tedious, but lines.
On a horizontal plane. Here we go. There. Two lines on a horizontal plane.
Yeah. Do you agree with... I mean, that follows by logic. If you agree with 8, and you agree with 3, which is an assumption... no, it's not an assumption, it's a derivation. You have to agree that some horizontals, i.e. A and B, are not parallel to one another.
The horizontal planes?
No, horizontal lines.
On a horizontal plane?
Sorry?
On a horizontal plane?
Yeah. So these are horizontal lines on a horizontal plane.
Yep.
And we've assumed that they're not they're intersecting.
The National Aeronautics and Space
and they could be
Administration is one of the most
squiggly
iconic
lines.
agencies in the US. It has been
No, we
responsible
said,
for many of
we
America's
said
finer moments with its
step
research
two,
and
let A and B be
achievements.
two
With one of the
intersecting
biggest budgets
straight
of any
lines.
agency
Yeah,
in
but
the
it
US,
could be.
NASA is equipped to
You
fund
could have
many
said
high-power
circles, couldn't you?
investigations. However,
Yeah,
just
but
the
I
fact
didn't.
that,
Elon
yeah,
Musk,
I know, but I mean,
NASA has
what
unlocked
you're
many
saying
more
there.
opportunities. The latest example is the discovery on planet Neptune. What has Musk and NASA discovered on Neptune?
How long's that been running for? The NASA video started up. You still there?
Yeah, I'm still there, mate. Yeah, sorry.
Right.
I didn't notice.
The horizontal planes.
No, horizontal lines.
On a
We defined
horizontal
A and
plane.
B. Sorry?
On a horizontal plane.
Yeah. So these
So,
are
like,
horizontal
if-
lines on a horizontal plane.
Yep.
And we've assumed that they're not they're intersecting lines.
Yeah,
Assumption
and they
two.
could be squiggly lines.
No,
Right?
we said step two, let A and B be two intersecting straight lines.
Yeah, but it could be. You could have said circles, couldn't you? Like
Yeah,
just
but
the
I
fact
didn't.
that, yeah, I know, but I mean, what you're saying there is that's the only definition of a horizontal line that you're going to accept on that plane. I mean, that
Okay,
doesn't
so
logically follow,
look,
surely.
Okay. Do you disagree with 9? Do you think it's false?
Well, you're assuming that the horizontal line being on a horizontal plane, just because it's straight, you can say you can have two intersecting horizontals. Well, they're on a horizontal plane. And to understand what a horizontal is to understand the horizontal plane, the orientation. It's not the line that's on the plane.
So you disagree with 9? You think 9 is false?
Well, in your understanding of a straight line, because like I say,
No,
you
we've
could
made logical
have said,
steps.
let A and B be two circles drawn on P.
Well, I could, but the argument I'm considering, we assume they're two intersecting straight lines.
Yeah,
Are you
but
saying we can't assume? I did
Well,
ask
no,
right at the beginning.
we could assume though. Can we assume circles? Would it make any difference at all if we said at step 2, let A and B be two intersecting circles on P? Would it make any difference to this, or other than to your argument? But other than, all of the other things that we say, would us saying circles there at that step 2 make any difference to the logical steps of the rest of the argument?
I don't see how that's relevant, so I'm not really interested in it. My question is this argument valid?
No, definitely not, because you could
It's
put
definitely
circles.
not valid.
You could put circles in at step 2, couldn't you?
Right, so how does that make this argument valid? A valid argument is when the assumptions are true and the
It makes it not valid, right? How does it make this valid? Couldn't you?
Right, so how does that make this argument valid?
How does it make this argument valid? I've just said it's not. Difference to the logical steps of the rest of the argument.
I don't see how that's relevant, so I'm not really interested in it. My question is this argument valid?
No, definitely not. Is this argument valid? No, was my answer. Not, because you could
It's
put
definitely not
circles.
valid.
It's definitely not valid. He states it's definitely not valid. Put circles in at step 2, couldn't you?
Right, so how does that make this argument valid?
So how does it make it valid? It doesn't. I've just told you it's not valid. Like, what's that? That's sophistry, right? I've just said it's not valid, and then he says, well, how does that make it valid?
Oh, it's just, yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Right, I'm saying
Yeah.
to him, I'm trying to say, because he doesn't really let us. That at step 2, if you'd have said, let 2 intersecting circles be on P, then everything else follows. Those circles are parallel to the plane of the horizon because they're on a different plane. And then at step whatever, he would say, therefore, some horizontals, i.e. A and B being circles, are not parallel to one another. Yeah? But they're on the same plane. Those circles that are 2-dimensional are on the same plane.
They're not intersecting on the plane.
Yeah.
They're intersecting in the plane. On and in.
Yeah. Of being part of the plane, which a shape would be.
God, yeah.
Rather than the line that is just placed upon it or, considered to be on it. But it's one-dimensional.
Are you breaking up, Bev?
Again?
Not for me.
Anyone else?
No. Saragaki says I'm good. I'm all right. Yeah, so that's just the distinction between the line and the circle, or the shape, a squiggle or whatever. Like everything else would have applied, apart from the Mr. X says he's bad faith.
Yeah.
Mr. X is saying Betty's bad faith. Yeah. It's just a misunderstanding of what a horizontal is. And you're just trying to play word games with lines. Pretty obvious. And let's see how Bebby reacts to my reaction there with that circle.
Very obvious.
Yeah.
Valid argument is when the assumptions are true and the conclusion
Which step?
is false.
Just go back over it.
What is that? You up mic there, spot on? Oh.
You're either saying that number 9 does not follow logically from the assumptions, or you're saying that the assumptions are false. One or the other, which is it?
Right, at step 2, you've just set let 2 A and B be 2 lines, straight lines
intersecting straight lines. That's
so
correct.
Could we have put 2 circles there intersecting within the argument?
So are you saying 2 is false?
And then what you would do is then you would say circles are not parallel to each other.
Are you saying that 2 is false then?
Well, 2 is a statement, but I'm saying just because you put straight lines there, you're going to say at the end, therefore some horizontals are not parallel to each other.
Okay,
but wait a minute. Those lines were just placed on a plane. I'm just asking you, do you think we could separate them and make them triangles or squares or circles or squiggly lines? Would it make any difference?
You're just diverting us from the...
It's not a diversion at all. It's a very simple statement.
No, I'm asking, I'm presenting, I'm giving you a demonstration, which is either valid or not valid, sound or not sound. You have agreed with all the logical steps up to 9. You've agreed with all of those. You had no problem with them.
You were just placing straight lines on a plane.
So is assumption 2 true or false?
Well, you could put any intersecting things on
that's
P.
That's...
So what is the logician, Beddy, talking about when he says, is the assumption at 2 true or false? Like, anyone. What is Beddy, the logician, talking about when asking me if his assumption is true or false? What does he mean? Anyone?
His assumption was that he has 2 intersecting lines on a plane at the beginning.
So is it true or false? What should have my answer have been to Bebby asking a fucking ridiculous question like that? It's his assumption.
Why are you asking such a fucking ridiculous question, Betty?
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
Exactly.
Would have been
he's
my
doing
response
it now.
to him.
He's doing it now. Sean G. Remember when Sean G came here the other day and tried to say that I agreed that the red line was parallel?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, look, Bebby in the chat here. Bebby the logician says Bev agreed with all of the logical steps up to 9. They're assumptions. That's your argument that you're laying out. At the point where you said that end piece and said, have you got any problems? And I went, can you put something else here? That's where you went, ooh, is it true or is it false? It's an assumption. It's your assumption, Betty. You're the one that's meant to be the logician. This is shocking. I don't know where... If this is the best you've got, I mean, like, you did come in to help us out with the T-shirt logic.
I'd change my name if I were you.
This is definitely helping us, I see. I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
He's not attacked the planes being parallel at all.
No.
Just lines.
Showing
just drawn.
sophistry.
The lines inside of the plane.
He's wrote it again. He's wrote it again, Bevs.
He doesn't get it. He
agreed with all of the steps.
No, he just doesn't get it, does he?
He does not. He's either
he
doing
doesn't
on
get.
purpose,
He
or
doesn't get that Bev questioned his assumption at the earliest opportunity, and then when Bev took his questioning to Betty told him it was irrelevant.
Just go and listen to this again a lot of times and you may get it.
And like, listen to what Betty's trying to say, right? Is a logician,
Step
right?
9.
This is a logician that should work in statements of true or false statements. So trying to claim that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon is wrong. You have to claim that no horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. You can't have some horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon and some not.
Well, what about the ones that he draws on the bit of paper that are parallel? You know what I mean? He's drawn some parallel and he go, oh, they're parallel, them ones, but the ones that are crossing aren't. That's
Bev never questioned the assumptions. You were laying out your argument, Betty. You don't question people midway through them laying out their argument. You asked us for if there was any questions or anything. We gave you them. You were laying out your demonstration, mate.
Is he coming away from this thinking he's won something?
He's trying to say that I never questioned the assumptions at the beginning as he was laying them out. And that's how he's won. Like, he thinks he's been able to disprove T-shirt logic with this obvious visual display of sophistry.
And also, he thinks he's probably proved intersecting horizontals.
Well, I know he won't have thought that, but there is a massive group of people that will be claiming, in fact, already are claiming, that Betty has disproved the T-shirt logic. So therefore, Betty, supposedly, I mean, I don't know how high up in the ranks he's going to end up, but he might think he's just proved that horizontals don't exist for the globe.
Oh, yeah.
Do you reckon?
Which is handy for their point, isn't it? Then they've got down to the point, and now they've what? So he's confirmed all they've got is a point. No horizontals. Mm-hmm. I suggest you go and speak to all the people in construction about that, mate.
Possibly.
Before you start whacking that about.
Disproved Euclidean geometry. He might... Betty might be the man to have actually proved non-Euclidean geometry true. You never know. I'd say get ready for the statues, Betty. You might just be ready.
Or was it just the fact that he's posed the question, so therefore he has won because he's just asked a question? He hasn't got an answer because the answer is fucking bullshit, as we all know.
He's still going in there.
Yeah,
he still thinks he's like actually. I don't know what he's trying to do there. He's just obviously.
He's got wrapped up in his sophistry.
Yeah.
Well, you could be right, Bev. This could be historical.
Yeah.
This is true. Or I suspect that there could be, maybe potentially, a model behind what Bevy was trying to do here.
Yeah.
Could
Possibly.
be possible.
Yeah.
Possible.
He might be
But
doing
like,
this just for the model.
It's a bit like his choice in the book of Euclid. Like his specific one that he agrees on.
Yeah.
A bit like that, really, isn't it?
The definitive version.
Definitive version. That's right. Yeah. Thanks, Bev.
Some horizontals.
He's still talking about it.
He's asking me which assumption is false. Are you sure you're a logician, Betty? They're your assumptions. You lay them out within your argument. Jeez. You want us to fix it? There's no way to fix it, Betty. All horizontals are parallel. Sorry.
No matter what you write in the chat.
But when you do claim and then try to prove through logic that only some horizontals are parallel, well, that sort of fits a certain model then, doesn't it?
The ones that you intersect on the plane.
Right.
Right, you don't actually assume anything about the actual horizontal planes not being parallel. Betty?
Which was whole crux of the logical T-shirt statement, Betty. You missed the planes involved. You were too focused on the lines. You missed the planes.
Yeah. Exactly.
So,
he says there, lots of insults here, no logic. Well, all of the questions have been answered.
What insults?
Not questions, but it's...
Like you...
Or maybe there's a couple in the chat, people are just sort of saying something. Right, I don't know, but there hasn't been anything here, is there?
Calling
not
sophistry on obvious sophistry, Betty, is not an insult.
Absolutely.
You got to call out the bullshit.
Yeah.
100%.
That's what we do here.
So if Betty wants to come back and show us a practical demonstration of intersecting planes, horizontal planes.
Now that he's absolutely sure that what the horizontal plane is. Like I say, Betty, we told you not to take this T-shirt logic into the adult Globe Earth Discord server and present it as flat Earth. Because it's not. It's from reality. Step 12. There's 12 steps that will take you up to this final T-shirt logic. And every one of those steps will let you know that a horizontal is a plane. Like I say, at the beginning, we maybe were a bit naive that when we were thinking that people knew and understood what a horizontal is.
Yeah.
By stating horizontal, all horizontals should be made aware that they are planes. It's an orientation. Horizontal, as is vertical. It's the orientation that we were particularly concerned with. Horizontal is a plane, an orientation that everyone knows. We even stated that at the beginning. What was the oh, you put, that was right, you put the brackets whatever is or something like that.
I think people in the chat have pointed out that he's on his own in there as well. He's sort of like trying to, where's all your friends now? Where are they?
He came on a mission for logic. He like I say, he was flirting with us at the beginning when he took that logical argument from Flat Earth, right? Because he may be, who knows? Beddy might actually be a flat Earth guy that's trying to find some logic.
Yeah, definitely. Sounds, well,
with a very cunning
I mean, he's
plan
got a bit of confusion at the minute, but once he gets over that, he'll be all right.
We'll see what happens at the end here.
It's completely irrelevant.
Let's listen to this. Well. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
This bit.
Love that when they do that.
So is assumption 2 true or false?
Well, you could put any intersecting things on P.
That's completely irrelevant. You know, an argument is an argument. Either the argument's invalid, I don't think it is, and you've agreed it's valid. You know, the conclusion follows from those assumptions.
Sorry, who? Did anybody hear me agree it's valid, or did he just make that up?
Not once.
Made that shit up.
Wow.
Say it again.
I feel sorry for you,
Beddy. I mean, like this is anything but what I said. So just to make sure that you were trying to get some sort of soundbite in saying that I said something, this statement that you're about to hear is proof that Beddy is a lying sack of shit. Right? Here we go.
You know, an argument is an argument. Either the argument's invalid, I don't think it is, and you've agreed it's valid. You know, the conclusion follows from those assumptions.
You've agreed it's valid. Beddy,
he told you.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Lying sack of shit, Beddy. You're hardly a logician. Because that was definitely not one of the best logic steps that you've ever made. Exposing yourself to everyone that you're just a lying sack of shit. I don't mind if you don't come back here, Beddy. Not really needed.
That's a strange thing for the Rumpus to put. I'm not going to read it all out, but he says, I'm afraid they have to have the reality beaten into them.
He ran away, didn't he?
Yeah, he ran away and then went on hoses and threatened to chop us up with machetes and chuck us in the canal after the fact. Rumpus, you are a spineless idiot. Go away.
Bev agreed every step.
Yeah,
Beddy,
Rumpus.
You were laying your fucking argument out. Is it not customary to let somebody lay their argument out before?
Well, you should know that, shouldn't he?
Yeah.
Being a logician and all that.
He's not a logician, he's a wordsmith.
Yeah. We should stop, using that, actually, because he doesn't deserve the title, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Not after that show.
No. He's a wordsmith.
Last bit now, because it's not going.
Or it's unsound, i.e. the assumptions are false. So it seems like because you think 9 is false, clearly.
Because you've done is you've assumed at step 2 that
Right,
two
so you must be
lines
saying-
can intersect,
right,
and then you're going to use that at the end
So you're now
to say
saying-
that two straight lines on a horizontal plane that are intersecting are two horizontals that are not parallel to each other.
Yeah, does anyone else understand Bev's point here? I'm making the very simple statement that this argument is valid. We've agreed all the steps follow.
Oh, wow.
Bev sort of...
That's a big claim for himself, right? He's bigging himself up pretty big here.
Or he just claimed we all agree.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, no doubt, everybody's going to come out of this because Beddy's going to be able to go over to the adult Globe Earth Discord server, and they're all probably listening, claiming victory from Beddy. But this is obvious to anybody listening that this guy's just a sophist. Definitely not a logician.
And he's on his own as well. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like there's a load of people in there backing him up.
Yeah.
If you can't see what's happened there, Ben.
Oh, sorry.
No, go on, man.
I was just going to say he basically drew a cross on a piece of paper. That's all he did. Two intersecting lines on a piece of paper.
Yeah. And I would have to point out as well, just in case there are any adult globe earthers that are thinking, we are not arguing with t-shirt logic here. T-shirt logic still stands. What we are arguing about is the logic, or I don't know, the presentation that Betty has laid out for us here, that has supposedly meant to prove that horizontals aren't parallel to each other. That's what the argument that we're talking about. And we're just discussing it. The different steps that Betty could have took or he couldn't have took. Like we open out this conversation to anyone. To come and have this discussion. Especially come and talk about t-shirt logic. Come and talk about horizontal planes. Come and talk about the plane of the horizon. Come and talk about horizontals. Come and talk about straight lines. Come and talk about planes.
Perpendiculars.
Perpendiculars, parallels, reality, how we achieve the measurements that we do, elevations.
Shared straight line segments.
Yeah, shared straight line segments, tests, water levels, auto levels, optics within the auto level. Yeah, cavitation point of water, verticals.
Listen to a bit of Buster's music on the way.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Always good to hear a fresh bit of Buster's music.
Pleasant conversation. And, what at best, we call out bullshit. Like, if you think you've heard some bullshit, come and have a word with us about it. We'll try and explain everything to you. If there's something that doesn't quite fit, you think we don't understand, come and tell us. Come and do a presentation like Betty. Try not to lie blatantly like Betty, right? But, you know. But be aware, we are getting better at spotting this sophistry. All of us.
I don't know.
Yeah, because we know what we know.
Are we getting better?
You've got to come up with something that we don't know.
Are we getting better, or is it getting easier? To spot the sophistry, I mean.
I just read a comment. Give me a break. Bev got his ass handed to him and now he's trying to go back and change the outcome. He'll be doing some live streams soon to expose that dishonesty. Oh, I'll be doing some live streams soon. Blue. Go ahead, Blue. Go on. Go on.
Edby's put, I can't paste it in the comment section, limit to 200 words. Well, maybe just split it up into 200 words and then post it. That's what a logician would do. Don't know what he's trying to post.
What's it 200
just keep an eye on the
words?
chat, because Rumpus came in and started knocking you, you know, in his usual self. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is good. Betty, thank you.
Reality denier.
Do you want to get the t-shirt logic out there in the chat? Do exclamation mark logic in the chat. Betty loves it. I just finished
Betty
this
can't
off.
understand what the difference between planes are and straight lines on planes are. Sorry.
Yeah,
Step 9, he sort of thought again, I think.
No,
It's
no.
valid.
You've
So
turned. See this. If you're ever aware of this, does it sound like he's talking to somebody else here?
Understand Bev's point here. I'm making the very simple statement that this argument is valid. We've agreed all the steps follow. Although Bev sort of, when he saw step 9, he sort of thought again, I think.
No,
it's
no.
valid.
You've
So
turned one of
if
them
9
into
is
a
false,
perpendicular to a horizontal on a plane. And you've said two perpendiculars on a horizontal plane can be two horizontals that are not parallel to each other. That's is that where you're going with this?
Well, you can see where I'm going. You agreed to every step, and you agreed initially that assumptions 1 and 2 were not problematic. Now you find that 9 is false. So either you think the steps are invalid, but they aren't. They follow logically, or you think one of the assumptions is false. You haven't said which assumption is false.
Well, the assumption that you're saying that just because, like, if you get a piece of graph paper and you lay it down and you put X and Y on it, on that table, right? Do you call both of those horizontals?
No idea. I'm just asking you if the argument is valid and sound.
Absolutely not. You can't
Right.
have horizontals being perpendicular to each other, can you? On a horizontal plane.
Well,
Because
they're not,
I think you're
they're
missing what a horizontal plane is.
Right. So, which assumption is false then?
The one where you draw two straight intersecting lines
Right. Okay. So
on
I
a
can't
plane.
I've taken any plane I like, and I've said, well, let A and B be two intersecting straight lines on P. You're saying I cannot do that, correct?
Can you see what's going on here? This, to me, this is a sophist that has nothing else.
Yeah.
This is it. The end of the road.
He's been arguing all his life, hasn't he?
Yeah. He's got
I'm
nowhere
laughing at
else
it.
to go. He has to have this. And it has to be me, particularly, that isn't quite understanding whatever he's talking about, right? It's supposed to be me that's not getting this. But in actual reality, Betty just doesn't understand what a horizontal is.
That is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got Rumpus, who's never looked for an auto level.
Yeah.
You've got, never done any practical work.
You've got
using the
Farmers,
tools.
actually, who has claimed to have looked down there through an auto level. So he must have gone there and done that while Rumpus hadn't. Or he was just lying the other day when he said he had seen 6 miles down there with an auto level. He claimed to have done that. We heard you, Farmers. So this practical stuff that people claim to do the impossible, it's obvious.
Yeah, George is in the chat. Maybe he wants to come in and have a little chat. I mean,
Okay, we'll get this finished and then we can we can open it all up. But yeah, so this is obviously I've expressed to him now what's going on and what I think of everything. This is the response. Well, you can definitely do that. Yeah.
Oh, right. So they're not false. So assumptions 1 and 2 we're okay with. Okay.
No. Right. You can definitely lay it out like this, right? You let a plane be parallel to that plane of the horizon. So you've got a horizontal plane, right? Laid out. It's there. Now, what you're going to do is you're going to put a compass on it and go north, south, east and west on that horizontal plane. Yeah?
No. How is that relevant?
Well, I'm just asking you. Are those the two straight lines that you want to lie on? Then?
I'm asking either the
I'm
argument
just
is
trying
not
to get
valid.
a clarifier. Right, again, I'll point out. All I'm trying to do is have the discussion about exactly what he's trying to do, and I'm just trying to lay out. And he doesn't want to talk about it. Strangely enough. He wants to claim a victory that just isn't there. Can't engage in the actual argument or the discussion about what he's talking about geometrically. Just wants to claim that drawing two lines that intersect means that two horizontals can intersect. It's bad. It's bad.
Either the argument is not valid, or it is valid and one of the assumptions is false. Those are the only two possibilities, and you disagree with 9. Therefore,
no, I mean this is your argument. Don't worry about me disagreeing. I'm just checking it over with you. If you want to end up with the end statement saying that horizontals are not parallel to each other, I mean that's fine with you. I'm just trying to work you through the steps where you might have made a mess up. I'm trying to work you
through the steps. Again, if you disagree with 9, either you want to say the argument's not valid, or you want to say one or more of the premises are false.
Actually, I think he's making a good case, so I would suggest, I don't think it'll ever make it onto one of your T-shirts, right, DP? So it's a bit wordy, isn't it? But, I mean, it does look like it'd be something that they'd like over there in the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers, right?
If he could put it into an illustration, it might be handy.
They could make a statue of him, right? For the guy that proved that horizontals don't exist. It's great. I'm looking forward to it, Betty. You get that wrote up with your mates. Get them all to get over using it when it's an argument, and when these thing about horizontals all being parallel comes out and everybody's got the T-shirts on. And they're all sort of asking the Globers, how come all horizontals are parallel? What's that all about? You can sort this argument out and just tell people, like, if you just draw an X there, look, there you go. Boom. It'd be dead easy. Get it sorted out.
That's all. There's no alternative. So stop talking about anything else. Decide which premise you disagree with. This is logic. It may be my argument, but it's an argument. It's there on paper, on the screen. You can see it. Shall I leave you with this, Bev, and then we'll...
I mean, like, is that your argument, that horizontals aren't parallel?
Well, there's a bit more.
Okay.
But I think you can see he is false because these statements are contradictory. They cannot both be true, that some horizontals are not parallel to one another, and all horizontals are parallel to one another. Yeah. I think we agree those statements are contradictory.
Okay, so your statement would be that no horizontals are parallel to each other?
No, not at all.
No? Okay.
No, not at all. Look, read number 9. It says that some horizontals are not parallel to one another. It doesn't say no horizontals are parallel.
Just that horizontals planes are parallel to each other then, right?
Right, but you...
Right.
Horizontal planes are parallel to each other. Thank you, Betty. You have just said yes to T-shirt logic.
Here we go again. Listen.
Congratulations.
Just that horizontals planes are parallel to each other then, right?
Right, but you...
Right.
Right, you were very specific at the beginning that you didn't want to define... In fact, that was one of your criticisms of my second argument. You said, you've substituted lines for planes. Well, fine. So I've left horizontals ambiguous. A horizontal is anything that is horizontal as defined.
Yeah. Parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Can I leave you with that?
Can you not understand about parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Yes, and that's all in the argument. Can I go now? And I'll leave you with that. Okay.
So is that your final presentation? Is there anybody else backing you? Have you got any other backing for anybody else on that?
No. Well, yeah, I discussed with a couple of mathematicians. Yeah.
Nice.
Mathematicians. Can I ask you a quick question, Bobby?
Yeah.
Have you ever worked through Euclid?
I have worked. I'm a foundationalist. I'm interested in the foundations of maths and geometry. So for me, the most interesting things are the first 40 propositions of Euclid, and obviously
foundationalist. That sounds good, doesn't it?
The axioms, the definitions, the common notions, and the postulates are of most interest for me.
Have you ever worked through Euclid?
All of it? No.
Have you ever got a pencil, a bit of paper, a straight edge, and a compass and actually worked through Euclid?
No, have you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You haven't.
No.
It shows.
Really? Okay.
Wow.
Okay,
He hasn't even put pen to paper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's my little thing, that is,
I
isn't
know,
it?
yeah.
I love asking that question.
It's the
Nice one, DP.
practicality about everything, right? All of it, every time.
Without it, like, it's a completely different thing. Edby, you gonna he's still going on about it in there.
Yeah, I know. He'll never stop. I tell you. He said earlier, right, in it, that he wouldn't go back down, and that is, this is the end of the road. There's literally nothing else. If this doesn't succeed, then horizontals might be parallel to each other, right? That might actually be a true statement.
Or parallel to nothing at all.
Yeah. Yeah. But being a logician, he should know that geometry is the very definitive, and it's either a yes or a no, not a, well, maybe.
Oh, yeah, because he hasn't put pen to paper, then he has got that.
Disconnect.
He himself said he, on purpose, used the word horizontal very ambiguously, right?
Yeah.
But horizontal isn't ambiguous. It is a very defined position.
Mm-hmm. And then being able to even say that some are parallel, some are not. How can you? How? I can't even phrase myself. It's so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like somebody said the other day, well, straight is such a vague term, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge controversy.
Yeah. Wow. Well, nearly there, I think. He's about to leave. No. I'd like... Fine, thank you very much.
All right, cheerio. Have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. We are still recording. Anybody want to go over
He
that?
was warned. He was warned.
There you go.
Wasn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
He did say in the beginning, be careful. You're messing with reality here. That's the thing.
Don't take reality logic over to the Adult Globe Earth Discord server.
Especially under the guise of flat Earth logic.
Yeah.
And I think, a load of arrogance.
I think what happened
arrogance about him.
He went to the Adult Globe Earth Discord server and got called out, I think. Because he's not in that Adult Globe Earth Discord server anymore. He's in a different one.
He's hiding in Blues, isn't he? Now, along with George.
Which is strange because he started off his flirting with us over a different one, and I think they pretty much spotted him as a flat earther, right? He was delivering T-shirt logic right into the heart of their server. He actually had the nerve to say that the Earth wasn't a sphere in Bob's Discord server, Adult Globe Earth Discord server.
The one we're blocked on.
Yeah. And, well, he's not over there as much. He's not allowed to do... He didn't do this presentation over there on their server, which I thought it should have been directed at them, because they're the ones that have to deal with T-shirt logic.
Well, I told them they could all come here tonight and discuss it with us. All of them. WS, Starkov, Blue, George, Eric, I ran out of names, like so many of them. None of them came here. Not one of
Well,
them.
Stingray, I've just rolled Stingray up about
Yeah,
an hour
Stingray
ago.
is the only one. Shout out Stingray. Yeah, I invited
Yeah,
him over.
well,
Yep.
he's joined the server, but he's not joined the chat so far, or he's not joined VC so far.
Yeah,
so
that'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? If we could get
he's in the server.
Stingray to talk about it.
Well, he's
Maybe
got
he can
his
model it.
Yeah, he's got his models, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, I send him an invite. Yeah.
Oh, nice, Sassy. Yeah. Come on in, Stingray.
Tough one.
Friendly bunch.
Yeah. Well, that's what
Lots of practical experience.
We like to keep the Euclid, or like if you're not using Euclid, we don't really know of anything. So we like to follow the Euclidean steps of defining something first, laying out all of the rules, and then showing us proof by proof how you get to the step that you're talking about.
Yeah, you got to bear in mind that Bebby, whatever he wants to call himself, he hasn't been through those first steps. He's jumped straight into the deep end of the pool, and it shows.
It seemed like he was kind of bouncing between servers. I thought he started off at Bob's.
He did.
Now he's at Blues.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not working? I'm sure this isn't like a planned out thing with you and Bebby, dude.
Dropping out all of the t-shirt logic over at the Globe Earth Discord servers, hey? That would be cunning, wouldn't it?
I'll tell you what, sales
check
have
his last
boosted.
couple of messages, guys.
Sales have boosted because of him.
No, check his last couple of messages.
Yeah, he's got quotes, hasn't he?
No. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, but
everybody check out DP's t-shirt department.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Sorry, spot on. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, it's fine, mate. I was just, I'm trying to. I haven't seen his previous message. I don't know if it's off the back of something else, or if he's actually admitting he's wrong. I don't know. Don't know. Maybe not.
Sorry. You know what I find fascinating? I have 20 guys asking me questions. Well, not 20 guys, but mostly WS about Euclid. So I'm telling them, look, I'm not the Euclid expert, but we got a few good guys here that can talk to you about Euclid. We're doing a live show right now. Would you please come on? They won't come on. They want to talk to me. WS wants to talk to me about Euclid in Blue's server. Look, I'll go over and talk to you about Euclid, no problem. But I keep telling you, this is the Euclid Central. Why are you scared, WS? What's wrong with you guys?
Edby should be in here. I mean, he presented that, and then, he's not. I mean, he's been in the chat for however long, an hour or so. He could have just come in and just cleared all that up. Could have just been a lot easier than just sitting in the chat.
There's guys in here that breathe, eat, and you know what? Euclid. This is the place, man. I keep telling you. We're on live.
Especially if he's never done any of Edby. I mean, I'm not. No. It's frustrating.
Look, I'm not saying you're experts, right? But you know more about me. That's for sure. On Euclid. I mean, you guys read the book inside out. I haven't read all the books. You know what I'm saying? So you guys definitely know more about Euclid than I do. I'm not afraid to admit that.
Well, the first book is the important one. That's the and actually to go through that with you, as described with the put pen to paper. That's what it's for.
Yeah, I get the simple. I get the basics of it, right?
Yeah, I know you know.
Here we got a guy
proclaiming
claiming he's an expert, WS, asking all kinds of questions, right? And I'm telling him, look, dude, I originally talked to you about water. Now you brought up Euclid, right? I asked you about a curve. How does water curve? And he shows me a bead of water. Then he goes to Euclid, book 3. Definition 7. I told him, look, I'm not fully versed in Euclid, bro. That's not I haven't read all the books, but I know a place that does. And he's a chicken. He doesn't want to come in and talk about it.
I wonder why that is.
Yeah, I wonder why that is too.
Yeah, but in this server, we've all got our pluses and our negatives. So we know our strengths and we know our weaknesses. Yeah. And we play to all them. We don't bullshit about what we know and what we don't know. And that's a good thing about it.
Yeah, oh yeah. And we're not afraid to admit it either. Yeah. I told him, you want to talk about water and how it curves? The skateboard paradox, Rakia's bridge? I'm your man, boy. Let's do it right now. Right now. Right here.
But yeah, no, that's about straight lines and planes. That is
Euclid. But he wants to go into Euclid, into the postulates, into the propositions, and I'm not fully versed in that. But there's a few people in here that are. Right?
It's all just basic, though. I'm pretty sure that you can do everything, you know. It's like, how... all you have to do when you're talking to anybody about Euclid is talk to them about it, you know, in reality. And they should be able to explain it to you without any sophistry. It should be really clear and precise. You know how Euclid is wrote. Every step should lead on to the next. And if they can't explain it like that to you, then there may be certain sophistry going on.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, why there's 6 of them right now in blues, right now, and they all are talking Euclid and this and that. So we have a live show on Euclid right now. There's how many people watching? Come on in. We have the Euclid boys here. Let's have a talk. I'll come in and talk with you, WS. No worries. Like I told you, I will have that conversation with you, and we're going to talk about water too.
Don't kiss yourself. You are more than capable of holding yourself.
Yeah.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is he's afraid of Bev. I'm saying this so I can call him out. Because every time I go over, all I hear is Bev, 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 Bev.
Well, the thing is, though,
Bev. Like, if I have a dollar for every time I hear the word Bev.
You can hold yourself in any sort of argument you want. You're the man.
Well, it's a place that they can come.
That. That's not the issue, though. Yeah, I just want to expose the people over on blues. That's what I want to do. The Stark Otters, the WSs, the Dogs, the Anamorphic Minds, the George Nunchucks. I want to expose these guys. That's my mission from now on.
Sophistry.
The sophistry boys. I'm calling you all out right now, live. You hear me? Live.
Like a lot of the other servers, they had an excuse. That's what I was trying to get out. You know, like before now, they've had an excuse to go, oh, I can't go over there because we're banned and we're this and they're horrible people over there. Well, that's not the case over here. You can come over and no one's gonna, you know, you're gonna be treated fairly, as you know, and that's it. I mean, I don't think there are any people.
Is the hypocrisy. What gets me is the hypocrisy, and I'm tired of it. Because every time I go on a server, right? Oh, you're a Bevite, you're this, you're that, right?
Yeah. Well, one person, George, came in. That was the first thing they did.
Yeah, they always talk about Bev. Now, Bev is here waiting for you guys. Why didn't you come in? Why? Ask yourselves, why?
We know, but they're in denial. That's the thing.
Yeah. I've gone everywhere. I go to Gems. I've been to Blues. I've been to Bob's. They banned me, of course. They're afraid to talk to me there. So, you know, you're all a bunch of hypocrites, and I'm gonna expose you live, like I'm doing now. Every chance I get from now on.
Well, modern day is down to labelling, and once you label somebody something, then it makes them lot against the label feel better. They feel superior, and they don't have to justify why they put a label on you. Only my thoughts.
Well, you're right. They're all talk, no action. It's as simple as that. They're all talk, no action. They're all hiding in Blue's little echo chamber. Maybe you should make him a safe room, Blue.
No, they don't want to come and talk. I told you, it's dangerous for people that are that model afflicted. This is upsetting for them. I mean, like, we are just talking about straight lines and basic Euclidean geometry. Really basic stuff. I mean, it's not even technical, this sort of stuff. With basic straight lines.
I asked Bebby a question. Why didn't he address the parallel planes argument in the t-shirt logic? And he's didn't address it to me, but I take it is a reply to my question to him. And he's put, I was asked to address the parallel planes argument.
He was asked to address the parallel planes argument.
Yeah. So why hasn't he done that?
Why didn't he address the parallel planes then? So that's weird.
That's just my question for him.
Got a t-shirt sale.
Oh, really?
Well, I've been... Oh, nice.
Oh, green.
Well, I did put that in the chat earlier. Maybe even a couple of times. At Betty. And I'm sure others did too.
Well, thank you.
Become an agent.
Become an agent.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Become an agent, whoever you may be.
You too can become an agent.
Yeah, he must be Irish and all.
Yeah, but usually got that.
Oh, I know who that is. Who's got that?
Could you put that on the mug? The agent's logo.
Yeah, I'm working on different bits and pieces.
Oh, sweet.
Mugs coming soon.
Yes, I've been a bit busy today.
Trying to get a supplier for a big pint mug, because these little piddly ones will not do for me.
I think the ones.
Quite the opposite.
Yeah.
I think the ones.
The teacup.
I think the ones from there are slightly bigger than kind of your Tesco's off the shelf mugs.
You want a pint mug for tea? Bloody hell!
That's all I drink. Yeah, I've got a litre one as well. Big snobber one.
Litre of tea.
Yeah.
How many bags did you put in that one?
I only one tea bag.
Oh, what?
Yeah. You only need one tea bag.
Yeah, definitely a northerner. Didn't quite make it to Yorkshire, did you?
He don't work on a building site, does he?
Stuff. Oh, yeah, I did used to work on a building site, leaving the tea bags in the thing at the end of the day. Last cup of tea. Out the flask. Stewed. Yeah, I don't know. What else could we do, DP? Mugs and... I don't know.
Mugs, glasses, pillows, beach towels.
Aprons.
Didn't see any aprons. Hats. Stickers. Hoodie tops. Jogging bottoms. Socks. You can have it on socks if you want.
Pipe pots?
No,
No.
actually, the missus
I can do you a wall print.
The missus is making me 3 lines on a sock. And that's why she wants the 3 lines on a shirt. T-shirt.
Yeah. 3 lines on a shirt. We could change that song, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Ditch the lions. Yeah, is that what it's... Sorry, I'm a bit slow there. You already thought of that, haven't you?
Haven't you seen my 3 lines on a shirt? T-shirt.
I don't think so. No.
Spot on.
It's horizontal.
Let me get you
It's
that
the
one.
definitional
So
logic.
you knock out so many that I can't keep up, I tell you.
Definitions on T-shirts. T-shirt definitions. Mathematical symbols on T-shirts. it'll be kicking off. They'll be going mad about them on the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. It'll be all the rage. DP says he's going to do a Is Globe T-shirt.
Yeah, definitely.
For the Globe, it's just to say that we're not like exclusive. Like we can definitely do T-shirts if they want to support DP with the Is Globe.
I ain't buying that shit.
No, that's the they're not T-shirts. It's oily rag, isn't it, for the garage?
It's just got just joking on the back.
There you go, spot on in the live chat.
That is sweet.
Geometry on a T-shirt. You should get your own.
Oh yeah, nice, yeah. To zoom in on it.
His globe, his logic.
Bev's missus wants a special one, so I'll work on that tomorrow, Bev.
Yeah. She's just here now. DP says he's going to work on your T-shirt tomorrow.
Been a bit. That's all right. Been a bit busy with other stuff today.
Yeah.
Have you done the thing? The link to the channel besides the ULR code, because it's like somebody's only using their phone or whatever it is, so they can't, go on the ULR code.
Have you fed them?
Yeah, I've been meaning to go through copy and paste all the hyperlinks.
Yeah, you need to get some more shirts on the link that we use in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to do that.
You update the ones on that, and then maybe you'll give us a new link or whatever, and we'll sort that out tomorrow, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll sort that out and put a few codes in there into the stream. We'll get a few more of those things set up, that you can put in there as codes and get stuff put out. As for the argument and the Euclid night and all of that sort of stuff, I'm guessing we can say open the floor up now for a discussion for anybody else that wants to come in. I think we've gone over the sophistry that's been displayed.
No.
The sophistry that's been displayed from all of the well, no, I can't say all of them. There is only one particular guy that's claimed to be a logician. I would say more sophistry than anything, really, and very much wordsmith. But I guess we can open it up now, right? Anybody else from an in here first before to say like what we've experienced tonight, or we experienced the other day actually, for a rebuttal. But I mean, again, it's a rebuttal, I might add, to T-shirt logic. Something we made up a year ago. I'll get you that, Betty. I don't know whether you ever saw that. The actual one where we gave the first... Did you hear that one, DP? Did you listen to it? Go over it?
Yeah, I listened to it while I was doing other stuff this morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do need to listen back to it properly.
Do you think we went over it well enough, or because I think
it was early days. We'd only just put it together, haven't we? Yeah. And it's one of them where the principle of the argument has remained the same. It's just putting a sharp point on that stick, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've refined it, and yeah.
I think what the fun part was that we did it a year ago. There was a big, it was a big thing. They all stressed out about it, but then they all left it alone. They left it, and then along comes a guy called Beddy and decides to pick it up and deliver it once again right into the heart of the Adult Globe Earth Discord server.
And all the time thinking that's a really good idea.
Yeah. So I really like to thank the help that we've had, because it has launched quite a few t-shirt sales, and obviously it's launched this server into what is going to be one of the best bits for logic and truth that we're going to have. It's pretty obvious that...
It's like the Logos is fueling the Logos. The logic.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, the logic is bringing whatever it is to us.
Yeah.
For this.
I'd like to know how Beddy actually... Yeah, how did he said he stumbled over the Discord, didn't he? Because it had logic or something like that in the title.
No.
I wonder...
He said he came from Brian's Logic video commentary, commenting in Brian's Logic video.
Oh.
And he got triggered by Mike Jones, who said he was a boomer. So he came in here after looking for me on Twitter. He looked on me on Twitter, then got the link to this server through Twitter.
What, did Brian give him that hand jaw sort of name over them to him?
No, he was...
Or he just...
What he said was, in the first time, Beddy, when he came here the first time, was that he... let me get this right. He heard from someone that Mike Jones was me. And that we had a Twitter account. He'd heard that Mike Jones was Try Thinking.
Well, there's loads of them, isn't there?
Mike Jones. Well, if he means Michael Jones, the Logic guy, then I would be.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's what he thought he was. He might have thought that I was Michael Jones or Mike Jones. Who knows?
Well, everyone is the Michael Jones that calls himself Michael Jones.
Yeah.
But no, anyway, yeah. Thanks, Betty.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's going to bring about this the Euclid conversation, because like we know now that the Euclid is just about straight lines. And when you guys know, Rumpus and all of that, I'm going to make you guys give up Euclidean geometry. You can't have it. And not anymore. It doesn't help you prove a globe, so you're going to have to do away with it.
Not maybe only... just call it non. Just non.
Yeah.
Don't mention the Euclidean.
Not only does it not prove a globe, but it is what we use in reality to actually measure the land. It's a little bit sad. Oh, is this? Who's this? We've got a message from the Adult Globe Earth Discord server. I don't know whether they're triggered about what we're talking about here in Euclid. This is Jens. Jens 64. I don't know who that is. I don't think I've ever talked to him. It says, the Bevites. I don't know who they are.
No.
Yeah, we're all just individuals here, so... have long ago run out of anything...
There's a few people in that agree with each other on facts and proofs, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, sorry.
Says the Bevites have long ago run out of anything remotely resembling an argument. Well, forget about T-shirt logic. Forget about all of the other logic. Forget about the one that we're not mentioning at the minute, because we know that fucking triggers the shit out of them. We've got holding that in the back pocket, right? We're keeping it out the way of them. They can't see that shit.
Not yet.
It's scary. So we've got to make sure they're well out of the way first before we bring that one out. Yeah, purely. It says they know they don't matter, that they're insignificant minions of a leader who couldn't pass primary school if his life depended on it. I don't know who this leader is.
No.
It's definitely not round
here.
No
leaders round here.
Sad and pathetic. I'd pity them if they weren't so vile and obnoxious. My best guess is they're all anti... so we won't have to endure them for long. They're a dying breed anyway. And then George, Nutsack, who shouldn't really be getting involved in any of this, but full of hatred, George, says, they will die stupid. That is their fate.
Oh, that's really nice.
Yeah, I don't know who Jens is, but I mean, nice day to you, Jens.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. He's definitely not talking about me. I can't be a Bevite, can I? So I'm guessing Jens is talking about you guys. Now, I know most of you guys that are in here and people that are listening don't even know who the fuck Jens is. He's the one that's telling you that you're insignificant. There's some dude that we've never seen that's just writing comments in an adult Globe Earth Discord server.
Oh, that place again.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm glad he's a fan. Shout out, Bubba. Stick around, you might learn something.
Why are they trying to put so much time and effort against a group of individuals they don't even know, they don't respect, they don't want to have anything to do with, but at the end of the day, they're spending so much time dissing that group, which they don't want to respect, they don't want to know anything about, and putting so much emphasis on them.
Yeah, there's
understand it.
They haven't realised that actually fuels the fire, yeah? Just gets more publicity.
Do you know why?
People see it.
I'll tell you why. It's because some dude dropped some reality logic over there and pretended it was flat earth shit. We told him not to do it. And now they all hate us because this man has dropped something over there we told him not to do, that he's triggered the shit out of them and the model. Their model is seriously threatened.
I'm so glad it's us that triggers you. And I want you to think of us every time you think of the model, and think who triggers you and who broke you. Every time. We're laughing at you.
But Essie, only laughing at the ones that have brought this upon themselves. Right? We didn't ask Bebby. Yes. We particularly told him not to take it over there and present it exactly the way he did. He wouldn't have then had to come over here and expose the sophistry that he's just done. But thank you again. I think this is exactly what we need. There's not many people watching us. But that's the way it's always been. We know it's only going to be a core group of people. But those core group of people are getting to find out the sophistry in the heart of...
Maybe come over here, he tried to do damage limitation, but unfortunately... he messed up yet again.
Once again, I'm glad it's us. I'm glad it's us that you think about. The Bevites. I'm fucking glad it's us. Excuse my language. I'm so glad it's us that... To you. Think about us. Yeah.
I'd rather it be us, or me particularly, than anybody else. Like, if you want to direct any hate at anyone, direct it all at me. I'm just, just talking about reality and stuff.
Don't they do that already?
Well, I know. There's no need to direct it at anybody that's here. Right? If you think anybody of the super trolls that are listening, if you think we've done anything wrong, come in and tell us where we've gone wrong. We're talking about straight lines, perpendiculars, planes, parallel, the basic geometric concepts. If you think we've messed up anywhere, just come in, inform everybody else, right? I'll stay quiet. You can talk to anyone that's in here to explain to them exactly where we've gone wrong.
But that's got to be more than just an opinion.
That goes for Rumpus too, right, Rumpus? We all know what a tangent is. We definitely do know what that is. So you can stop with that stupid talk. A tangent is not
what we call
horizontal. Yeah. It's not a horizontal.
According to Rumpus, you can have a tangent to a horizontal.
Wow. Is that what he said? What a moron.
Yeah, he did. I've got that one on tape.
Are you talking about the tangent or the tangent to the tangent, Rumpus? Let us know.
It was Science It Out that said you could have a straight line is tangent to itself. That was what? Yeah. That was Science It Out.
Shared tangent segment.
One of the top.
No, straight line tangent to itself.
Yep.
And this is all they're doing.
Put that in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Straight line tangent to itself.
Yep.
Yeah, they've all been like talking to each other, haven't they? Going over it.
Well, these sort of things have to be able to happen, right? As we know, imaginometry is literally just made up, right? We all know it can happen because we made up imaginometry for them.
Yeah.
So that will be another thing we have to work over, I think.
Yeah.
Go over imaginometry.
And it's good for them as well because they don't need a pen, ruler, paper. They don't need anything.
No, just bring your imagination.
Quite cheap to set up.
Please.
Go on, you keep putting out.
Imaginometry does that have any axioms?
Oh, yeah.
Is that non-Euclidean?
Absolutely. It's about as far from Euclidean as you could possibly get. Apart from trying to replicate it.
Oh, shut up, Rumpus. What an idiot, honestly. Okay. I said I wouldn't get triggered anymore, but he's a dick.
It's because I've just said we know what a tangent is. Rumpus says, you don't know what a tangent is. It's not fucking difficult, is it, Rumpus? I mean, come on.
Oh shit, another server being banned from.
Yeah, here we go. I think BMS server.
Oh shit, I'm live.
Oh, yeah. Invalid invite. This user is banned from this guild. Sorry, SE. I'm banned.
I know. They're scared shitless of you, bro. Excuse my language. I forgot we're live. My apologies. They're scared, frightened. Like
I'm
little
banned
girls.
also.
Oh, I'll tell you what I got today was my print of a canal section. Yeah. So I'll be showing you that, guys, soon. Yeah, like a print of a really old canal section in America.
Oh, nice. Oh, is that
yeah,
the
I tried to take a
Delaware
picture
one?
of it, but
Delaware.
No, I don't think it's Delaware. No, I'm gonna go and grab it. Hold on 2 seconds.
Nice. Yeah, Rumpus, I know what a tangent is. Earth geometry. Yeah. We have Earth geometry now, do we? Isn't that a double one? Like, right, because what's the geo? Isn't that Earth? So, Earth geometry technically is Earth measurement. Rumpus wants to debate Earth measurement.
Can he come into his live stream? Because I can't hear him.
No, he's not coming into the live stream. He says he wants to debate Mobius, though. Whatever aspect of Earth geometry. Our page has been banned from the Adult Globe Earth Discord server. No way. Do they not like women over there, Paige? I know. Wow.
Imagine they banned Paige, one of the nicest people I have ever met.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't even post at the time, so how could I have possibly said or done anything to get banned? Like this is how low their tax gotten, that they can't come in here. They need to gang up on one person at a time, so none of us can be together, you know, to give each other any support or anything. They have to, like a little gang of bullies at school that would, you know, wait for a kid to come out. Oh, yeah, he's on his own now. Right, let's go get him. Like, they are unbelievably childish. I'm stunned that this is the level that our educated people in society have gotten to. Like, what the hell is going on?
Raki is banned.
What the fuck is going on?
Mobius is banned.
I was in there 10 minutes ago, but I couldn't post anything, and it had been like that for like 3 or 4 weeks. And I've just noticed his server's disappeared off of my server list.
You've been banned as well.
I've been banned as well.
Nice. Well done. Blue. Obviously, I told you they'd be cutting off communications. Blue, quite rightly,
they can't.
He's took my advice, right? This is dangerous for them. They know this. Blue does. He'd rather not have to deal with horizontals being parallel to each other, or even the logic that concerned with it. Just ban us. It's a good idea. Now, Blue, all you need to do is completely forget that we even exist. Just go about your day. Forget about us.
Disassociate yourself from Bebby as well, because he's just going to bring that memory back to you.
And don't listen to George. Tell George to stop talking about us, because George isn't. You know, George won't be able to stop. He's addicted.
I'm not banned.
Oh, yet. He's just said that. Watch
Yeah.
out. He'll be watching. He'll be watching you. Like, who said that? Who said they're not banned? I'll ban them.
Who was that?
Yeah.
Who's talking?
Who said that?
The self-doxing. I walked out self-doxing myself.
Can we get the rumpus in here?
Oh, wow. No.
Oh,
why you want to have a word with Rumpus?
Yeah, let him. Come on.
Have you had a couple of shandies and you fancy hearing the rumpus go mental?
I've had more than a couple of shandies, I'll tell you. I don't drink shandies, I drink fucking vodka, mate.
They're saying over their page that you aren't actually banned. You just can't post.
I definitely am banned.
I've got, as you can see it on the screen for me, the user is banned from the guild. I mean,
Are we allowed to use the charity principle on Bebby's logic?
You can do whatever you want. I'm sure he's listening.
Oh, we're still going? Yeah, okay, so Bebby. Can't we just, because I'm going to give you your second assumption, Bebby. I'm not going to argue with you on your intersecting straight lines on P. But can't we just put as number 3, the next step, can't we just say, intersecting straight lines within a horizontal plane are not parallel to each other. And then just end it there. That's perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I think somebody posted that the other day. Just shortened it for us and that's done. Boom.
Yeah. Yeah, take that. That's perfect.
It's why that's part of the reason I think he's a wordsmith, because he could have just left it there. The same message would have exactly been, that's it. But he decided to play a bit of wordsmithery, and now he can claim that the logic is still valid for some reason. That it still works throughout his wordsmithery.
When he didn't attack the original argument.
Yeah, not at all. Even if somebody were to give him all his 8 first ones, saying some horizontals are not parallel to each other is nonsensical. So you could set up a reductio ad absurdum argument around that, I'm sure, because parallels are actually proven in Euclid.
Yep. Yeah, I've already heard the argument that they are saying, like, I don't know whether you noticed the lead up to this is Beddy is laying down assumptions as being part of this logic process rather than being statements, which is what logic is built on. Mm-hmm. Like we said, the first 3 laws of identity, non-contradiction and the excluded middle doesn't allow for possibilities, maybes and all sorts of stuff like that. It doesn't have assumptions. You lay out statements that have a truth or false value to them. But Bebby's already laying out this assumption thing, because I've heard it. You just assume you're using Euclidean geometry. That's why you assume that all perpendiculars to a plane are parallel, because you assume you're using Euclidean geometry, and that's the next thing that's coming. It's this assumption.
problem is, if you assume any different, you're using a stolen concept fallacy.
Yeah, all proofs come from within that geometry. It proves itself to be true. If you want to come up with a not that, you would have to come up with a similar system that proves it works. You can't just say, no, not that, that has been proved. I want something else. Thank you very much. I think that's what Aristotle was saying. You have to be able to make these laws from reality. Otherwise, reality will bite you in the ass. And this is the point that they're going to be at very soon.
I think what he actually said was you will end up making false conclusions about reality, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, always. Always welcome to be. I may have been paraphrasing there, but you never know.
That's true, you do not.
So yeah, this parallel has absolutely got them screwed, and like I say, they're going to disassociate themselves from us, but no doubt they're not going to stop talking about us. They're the ones that are going to be very insular. They're going to make sure that they're not seen, or we can't see what they're saying about us. And then that way they can be as mean and horrible and misrepresent everything we say as they have been doing already, rather than just coming and talking to us about it.
And this is why me and DP were so disappointed when Bebby did this presentation, because he said he was going to do a demonstration.
I have a proposition for Blue. Blue, your best guy are against our best guy here on Euclidean geometry. And me against all of you, as many as you want, on the skateboard paradox or the twin boat paradox. I don't care, 10, all of you.
Hang on, SC. You know what's funny? You could give them me as our worst guy against their best guy, and we'd still win.
Yeah, that's my challenge to you. Blue. Pick your best guy. We'll put him against our best guy in geometry. And I'll debate any one of you or all of you all together. Get as many guys as you want. And we'll debate the skateboard paradox and the twin boat paradox. Anytime you want. Let's set up a date.
Can I just point out as well that Rumpus is saying in the chat to Mobius, I don't know why he's talking to Mobius about this. Are you aware that George is banned from a speaking role on Bev's server? How is that for censorship? Well, George keeps leaving the server, so he's not even in the server, Rumpus, and he's not banned. George can come in here at any time he wants to. I think George is amazing. Some of the stuff he's given us is amazing. RBD face, realising the Dornagon, all of the differential, globe differential levelling.
This place wouldn't be the server it is without his valued input, Rumpus. Yeah. Why would we ban him?
He told us about the main surveyor not being able to set his tools up. George told us about how you can get the horizon rising above eye level. He showed us pictures of it. George has done wonders for this server, Rumpus. I just say, wait a minute.
Forget about the curvature calculator.
I just say, the curvature switch as well, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Right, I just say, Rumpus, that George has reached, as SE calls it, the event horizon, and he's past it. He's already gone through there. We used to have a thing called the Penrose, reserved for people that lose their mind to space stuff. Well, George has lost his mind to the globe. And this particular argument from geometry, it will drive George crazy. So keep him away for his own good. But he can come over here at any time. We just ask. He stops with the death threats. And he tries to act civilly. That's all we ask of anybody that comes over here. Particularly, no death threats. They're not really allowed over here. They may be okay over at the Adult Globe Earth Discord servers. But we here at the next level don't like that type of behaviour. So anytime, but I'd say it's better that he does stay away for his own good, really. Anybody else can come over.
To be fair, George has also said some really, really horrible things.
Yeah. But yeah, I think he is perhaps the worst. I was going to say he's not the worst, but yeah, he possibly is. I've gave out the most death threats that I know of somebody within this debate arena. And what's worse is he got cited by Fight the Flat Earth as a surveyor. I don't know whether he's been telling Fight the Flat Earth that he's a surveyor, because he's always said that he isn't a surveyor, but Fight the Flat Earth said he was a surveyor. And Fight the Flat Earth cited George Nutsack as his site for level being curved. So, I mean, that's a good one, seeing as George isn't a surveyor, so that's a big fat fucking lie. And then the other one will be the fact that his level citation, and perhaps that may be why he's trying to redefine level for the globe right now, as we speak. Team Globe Earth Discord server are doing that.
Yeah, they've got quite the lineup.
You got George and Rumpus queuing up Mobius. I mean, it's up to you, Mobius. Treat it as you want. I'm going to go and make a brew in a minute, so I mean, we can keep it open, we can shut it off. It's up to you. Whatever they want. We're up for any sort of discussion or anything. We've only been going 3 hours, have we? 4 hours.
My apologies if I used foul language on the air today, but I hate when I see people bullying, and especially bullying women. That's what they were doing to my friend Paige today, and I didn't like that. Just want to put that out there.
That might be why he banned her, right? Blue might have banned you to stop you from being bullied on his Adult Globe Earth Discord server. Just to save you. He might have done it for your own good, Paige. What's Mobius doing?
All this over a straight line?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Phenomenal. Adults losing their cool for a straight line. Yes.
It is shocking. Like, I have been in this server here specifically for maybe 5 months, 6, maybe. Like, to me, as a new person, in quotes, this is a shocking place to come to.
Yeah, not this server.
No, this topic, like the things that go on within this topic. Like, you all know, all the players involved. It's not a big, like, it's the A team on both sides of the argument going in circular arguments on both sides, and we're sitting here watching it.
Yeah.
And everybody else is sitting watching you guys. This is crazy what you're doing. I'm sorry, I'm gonna shut up now, but this is literally crazy shit.
I got another one. There's another one. Somebody else come in. Thank you very much. We have to get a notification sort of thing set up, I think, when somebody joins for the roles.
I'm glad Stingray joined. We can have a good conversation with him. He wanted to show me something earlier. Stingray, if you're out there and you have time, I think we can do it now.
There you go. George is pointing out there that Fight the Flat Earth is just obviously making shit up. Because George says that what Fight the Flat Earth said hasn't come from George. So there you go. There's another one. A confession. Fight the Flat Earth was lying about when he cited George as being a surveyor that cited that level was curved. Shocking. These people have got nothing. They just make shit up. And they admit that they're lying. They admit that each other are lying. It's shocking. We're just here talking about reality. And watching the most severely model afflicted tell us that their people on their side, their peers, the top men, are liars. George has admitted Fight the Flat Earth is a lying shit. George isn't a surveyor.
And George did it live in front of the world.
Yeah. Santos, there was about 600 or 700 people watching. And Bro Sanchez, wasn't it? He went, oh, I'll look into that fight, yeah. As though it was a real thing that Fight the Flat Earth was talking about. Turns out, load of bullshit. Now, we could have had a word with Bro Sanchez and let him know that George isn't a real surveyor and loads of the stuff that Fight the Flat Earth was saying was just blatant lies. But the circular argument must continue.
Yeah, in his case, otherwise he can't fight the Flat Earth anymore.
Yeah. Yeah,
by the way, the adult globe servers, let's not forget that one of them banned me just for asking a question. Very gentlemanlike, just a simple question. Do you have blueprints of the Hasselblad camera? That was enough to get me banned out completely. I can't type, text. Even on his YouTube channel, he has me shadow banned. That would be Bob, the science guy. Adults, shocking.
I'm guessing one of the adult Globe Earth Discord server owners thinks that when we talk about adult Globe Earth Discord servers, he thinks we're specifically talking about him. It's not as if he's the only one like that. I mean, he might want to think of himself as important, but he's just one of the many adult Globe Earth Discord server owners. They're nothing special. Like we said a bit ago, Buster wrote a song. He said, "We will watch it burn." And I think that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, we just saw George lit Fight the Flat Earth on fire.
Mm-hmm. They all know that they're lying, right? George knows that Fight the Flat Earth lies. Fight the Flat Earth knows that George isn't a real surveyor. So Fight the Flat Earth knows he's lying. Otherwise, he'd have like some actual real surveyors to cite. But they don't. So they all know that each other is all lying about each other. But it works okay.
Hey guys.
Yo.
Oh.
Yo.
Sorry. Yeah, mic check. Hey, I was just wondering if we could give George speaking roles. He seems to want to come in and...
George, you'll have to join the server, right?
Yeah, there's a link. I posted a link in the comments.
Yeah, George can get a server, speaking role whenever he joins. We'll give him the role. He's never not had that role.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't. I don't know why he leaves the server every time he gets upset. And
it's just wrote here. I don't know how much delay there is in the chat, but George has just wrote, "When are you going? Here is your chance. Are you going to invite me in or not? You said everyone is welcome. Did you lie about that?"
Yeah,
I can't remember how many times I've said it today.
There's a Discord link right there. Right underneath.
I'm going to go right now and tell him he's invited in. Let's see. Hold on. I'm tired of these guys. I'm the only one I think left on the server.
You got to take into consideration, like the situation here, and we've talked about it before, and I don't know if it's good for these people to keep coming in here.
I know that we'll do it, but
I'm just saying,
I'm going to keep out of it, I would say. To everybody, you know what we're dealing with. We have had this conversation quite a few times. Specifically when talking about...
Remember, he is an old man.
Yeah. And he may be being forced into doing this by Rumpus. Right? He may be doing against his will.
Oh, yeah, I didn't consider that. But I don't know how long you want this to stream, but I would just let him ramble. So
yeah, like I've said, George is great. He doesn't have to say some stupid shit, but that's why I thought he shouldn't come in, because he does say stupid shit. They can't want him saying stupid shit.
I've also invited the Rumpus in if he's respectful.
Oh, Spaceboat can come back in as well. Yeah. Spacey, we were right in the middle of a Euclid thing. Like, you came in to disrupt right in the middle of Euclid. While you were helping us to explain it, then that was fine. But when you stopped doing that and started to disrupt, we had to silence you.
It wasn't me.
Come back in. No. I just deafened it. I just turned his sound down. That's all I did.
He's in blue, sitting there all alone, and I just told him, "You're not banned, George. You're invited to come in." So he has no excuses, just like the rest of them.
He's never been banned, though, has he? That's the thing. He just keeps leaving the server.
Yeah. He leaves the server so he can't message. So you've got no servers in common.
Yeah, because he doesn't want people to DM him. Not like, I don't know, I wouldn't, but
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
DM him.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you're not if you don't share a server, then you can't DM, I guess.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't know that. Okay, yeah.
I'm keeping an eye out for the. Oh, here we go.
And then Space Pope. What? This guy's got some.
He might come into mine, George. George has been rolled up. Everybody's watched me do that live. I've been given the normal role that everybody else gets given.
Yep.
No special
Another call
ones.
out.
I mean, last time George was here, he like joined and left like 5 or 6 times in one sitting. I don't know. It was kind of weird.
Still sat in Blue's server, his safe place.
Yeah, he'll be building up his courage. You want to think twice, George. Make sure. Check with Rumpus. You have joined.
Still getting the pep talk from the coach in the dressing room. Hey, there he is.
Evening, George.
Good evening, George. At least one guy has guts from there, unlike WS, Star Carter, and the rest of them.
He might have been told to keep quiet. He did get told not to speak last time. That might...
No, he's going to speak. He's going to speak.
Fair play to him. He's come over to this so let's take it easy on him, please.
Okay.
Still getting the pep talk from the coach in the dressing room.
Oh.
I'm here. Things weren't loading. Things weren't loading quite. I was getting messages. I was getting messages. Jeez, can I speak?
You've got your speakers are going in the background, George.
Yeah, your.
That's your YouTube. Shut down your YouTube, George.
Just mute your YouTube on your computer or whatever you're playing it on, so we can hear what you're trying to say. Or I could just let you keep rambling and not have any idea what you're actually saying. Wasn't trying to be rude. I was actually the opposite. But
yeah, I put the
Sorry, do you have me now?
Yeah, that looks smart. That.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello.
Better.
Hold on, George. 2 seconds, mate.
No one hears me. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, George.
Mate. You can't hear us, obviously.
Oh, okay. Hey there, Rumpus.
Hey, George.
Yeah, it took a while. I was keep getting these messages failed to load. I was getting a lot of red stuff, but now everything seems to have cleared up.
Right, can we just do Spot On's picture first before you two get
Do whatever you want.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Spot
look
On.
at that. What do you
Put it on
reckon?
the picture. That looks nice. Are you going to frame that?
Yeah, it's only small. It's about what is it? Looking at that, it's 12 inches by 9 inches, so it's not massive.
Yeah.
It's reason. It's good enough to read the writing there. I think you can see what's on there. It's quite a beautiful thing. And I've actually just gone on there. I haven't done much research, and I've just gone on there and actually found. If you have a look at some point, you can see, because it's in Washington. It's just George Washington was like the guy that I don't know, allowed it or whatever the word is. But anyway, yeah, the aqueduct. I found there's a ruin of it still today.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure that I found that, yeah, which is like half a bridge now. Sadly, it's fallen in. It's disused, this one.
Yeah.
1790, I think that was when it started. But yeah, I mean, it's that water looks. I mean, they've depicted it as a horizontal straight line there.
Is that scale on the
Okay,
left
during
hand
that
side
now.
there? Is that the height scale?
Height.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I can't really work it out though, Bev. Not yet. I haven't really looked. I've only just enlarged it myself. Put it straight on. But it says level line of high water in the Potomac River. Is it Potomac or Potomac?
Potomac.
It's
For
Potomac.
Christ's sake.
Oh. Well done.
Jesus
Christ. Nice read there.
Yeah.
All right. No, did he have anything to do with it, Rumpus?
Did who have anything to do with what?
I don't think I see his name in there, no.
Jesus.
Yeah, well, the guy that was in WS, I think, he was asking me for a drawing for
elevation or something.
Elevation. Well, he wanted. I said about horizontals being parallel.
Yeah.
I said about the canals and lock systems, and I just happened to bump into this picture. It jumped out at me, and I went and bought it.
Nice.
Actually, there's two. Sugar, there's two aqueducts. So the one on the right, I think, is the one that I've seen. I didn't realise there was two. They're very similar, but obviously one's got a bigger ravine or crevice underneath it.
Yeah.
Anyway,
So
yeah.
what point?
Anyway,
So what point are you trying to make?
Got things to say, but
what point are you trying to make?
That he's
I
got.
didn't
I
didn't catch the point. You got a picture, okay?
He's got a picture.
You got a picture, fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you like it? Have you seen it?
Can we just expand it? Okay, yeah.
Proposed continuation of the canal at the Little Falls of Potomac.
Potomac
to the Navy Yard in the city of Washington. So, I mean, I'm sure they would have drawn up the plans. You know, they would have been perfect with those elevations.
Yeah. Rumpus,
you don't want to get that wrong.
We have it. The colloquial thing is Potomac.
Well, every time I've heard it referred to by the media, it's been Potomac. So
yeah. Well, that colloquial here, like we always have Potomac.
What do you mean?
Colloquially,
its name is Potomac.
Yeah, colloquially though.
Well, colloquially where? Colloquially has to be a position. Colloquially in the UK.
Can we get back to George, please?
Yeah. All right.
No, we call it the Potomac.
You can shut up, Rumpus.
If you're educated in this country, you call it Potomac.
People got Rumpus muted. They can't hear him.
Yeah, well, fine. I don't care if I'm muted.
Oh yeah, that's why.
I've server muted him so the conversation can carry on with George. We don't need Rumpus's input.
George and Rumpus talking together though.
I think we ought to mute Dean P. I think that'd be the best thing. Actually, can we kick him off? That'd be the best thing. He serves no purpose except to be malicious.
You can come in here and start talking like this?
I mean, this guy's a malicious moron. I don't know how.
It's you, Rumpus.
Chillax. Everybody chillax. It's too much. Rumpus, you've come into the server. You're trying to disrupt
Then I
it.
got abused.
Please be.
I got abused. I came and I got abused by this guy.
I invited George.
Who?
Get rude again, I'm gonna boot you out.
Who keeps unmuting Rumpus?
Hey, Rumpus, just turn DP down to 0 as I do, and then you don't have to listen to him.
Yeah, mute Rumpus for yourself, because
George, you don't want DP like asking you questions, do you? Because his questions are quite to the point. Let's just say you don't want to hear those sort of questions.
I can hardly hear some of your participants, Bev.
Maybe turn them up.
Yeah, turn them up, George.
Very, very low.
No, they're all right at this end here, George. It's fine. Everyone's fine here.
Get on my end.
Only George is having an issue.
Funny how these guys come in here who's got problems.
Yeah, Discord is a very good server and a very good way of communicating, George.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Discord.
One thing I'd like to clear up with you regarding Fight the Flat Earth, whatever. I've never communicated with him. I don't know him. He doesn't know me. And for you to call him a liar
George, are you a surveyor?
Yeah, be quiet a minute. Let me speak.
Are you a surveyor, George?
Let me speak, Bev.
Okay, go on.
He may not know. Fight the Flat Earth may not know who I am. Somebody may have told him that. So you can't call
But it wasn't you, though, was it, George?
You should not be calling him a liar.
Yeah, but George...
He does not know who I am or what it is.
He
I
definitely
do for a
knows who
living.
you are. He
Somebody
cited
could
you,
have
George.
told him that, but he does
He
not
cited you.
necessarily
Well,
know
let's try this out then,
himself, so
George.
You can't call him
Right,
a liar.
let's sort this out then right now, George. Have you ever told Fight the Flat Earth that you are a surveyor?
No, I have not.
Have you, George? George, that was a no, right? Okay, that was brilliant. Yes, I know you've already said that, George. George, I know you've already said that. George, I know. So, have you ever told anyone that you are a surveyor, George?
Bev, let me apologize first. I apologize for letting my middle of my sentence interrupt.
Right, okay. Now, have you ever told anyone you are a surveyor?
Never.
Right, so either somebody has told Fight the Flat Earth that you are a surveyor and lied to Fight the Flat Earth, or he made it up and said that you are a surveyor, like live. He did it live on a debate. George, he cited you. He cited you, George, as a surveyor.
Somebody could have lied to him. Somebody could have lied to him.
Yes, well, that's so he's still lying then.
To be calling him
he's lying, or somebody has lied to him, right, about you. Now, no doubt, you will be sorting this out, George. Because you can't have people citing you as sources as saying you're a surveyor when you obviously are not. Just trying to help you sort it out, George. Don't worry.
You are being disingenuous, and it's inappropriate for you to be calling somebody a liar when you do not know if they know for sure whether I'm a professional engineer.
Right, but you're not a surveyor.
Whether I'm a garbage collector.
Yeah, you're not a surveyor.
I've never spoken to him, so
you're not
you
a
should not
surveyor,
be
right? I'm just going to have to mute you for a second, George. Right, I'm just pointing out now that Fight the Flat Earth cited George as a surveyor. Now, we've just established George is not a surveyor. So all we want to do is clear the air up to make it very aware, Fight the Flat Earth, that is, as being the it we're talking about, that George is definitely not a surveyor. So we can clear the ground now to make it so that Fight the Flat Earth, make sure everybody knows that Fight the Flat Earth knows that George is not a surveyor, and he should definitely not cite George as a surveyor. That's all we want to do, George, is make sure that nobody's citing anybody when they are not actually surveyors. Okay.
Can I ask George a few questions now?
I'm going to unmute him.
Bev, are you a surveyor?
Pardon?
Bev, are you a surveyor? Are you a surveyor?
I'm not a surveyor, no.
Surveyor, Bev?
No, George. No, George.
Bev,
no, George. No, George. Is your hearing aid switch on? George, switch your hearing aid on, George. No, George. No, George. I'm a carer. I only have a surveying certificate. That's all. I am not a surveyor, George.
Course that you may or may not have completed. My
George,
God.
Can you please calm down? Can I ask you a couple of questions, please?
Quit misrepresenting that piece of paper. It's not a surveying certificate. It's a grade report.
Yeah, George, can you please calm down? Can I ask you a couple of questions, please? Right. George, can I ask you a couple of questions, please? Can you hear me?
Bev?
Right.
Hello, Bev.
No,
yeah,
George,
he's turned down.
Yeah.
As quick as it.
Yeah.
George,
That's
as
Just
quick as I
turns
can.
everyone down.
Can you hear me, please?
I'll tell you what, I'll bring him up if you unmute Rumpus. I don't think that's appropriate to be
he
muting
traded.
people. And if you mute me, I will leave.
Who cares, George?
I'm
we
not
don't
muting
care
you,
if
George.
All
leave.
right. I thought we were
George,
going to
you can't
discuss
mute me.
tangents or whatever.
No, George, I
It's
don't want to
okay.
ask you about tangents. George, can I please ask you a couple of questions, please?
Just a minute. Let me turn you up. Hang on. Okay. Ask.
Right, okay. So you've seen the video, which
What
somebody
video?
said you were a surveyor. Do you
What
disagree
video?
with that?
I said, what video?
So you haven't seen the video?
What video? What are you asking?
You haven't
I
seen the
don't
video
know.
when somebody stated
I don't
you...
watch. Hey, dude, I don't watch flat Earth videos. So what are you asking? Did
Dude.
I watch a video? What video?
Dude.
Oh, what flat Earth video? What are you on about flat Earth videos for?
I don't watch them. I just told you that. I watch very few videos. I watch educational videos from Stanford University, MIT, and other universities. I don't watch nonsense put out by flat earthers, and
Where you get this flat
videos.
Earth from?
I don't subscribe to, say, Simon Dan or others. I don't watch these things. I'm
Fight the
sorry.
flat Earth.
So don't
Is
think.
Skyman Dan a part of this server?
I
Is
just
he part
told
of the discussion?
What
He's
video
not
are
part
you
of this
asking?
server,
Give
which
me
is
the
just
title
oh
of the
God.
video. What video? Saying a video. There's thousands, hundreds of thousands of video. What do you mean by video?
You've just said that you don't watch flat Earth videos, so you're saying that this server is a flat Earth server?
No. He watches this one.
Yes, it is a flat
It's
Earth
the
server,
Simon
so
Dan that he was talking about, right?
Where is Simon Dan on this?
George definitely watches what we talk about, don't you, George?
Videos I cited as an example. I don't watch the Simon Dan stuff. I don't watch what's his name? Fight the Flat Earth. I don't watch
The one that
McEwen.
cited
I
you
don't
as a
watch
surveyor.
it. I'm aware of these people, but I don't sit and spend my time watching these shows. Okay.
Does he watch Right to Hand?
when he's on here, he does.
Other people.
Are you going to unmute Rumpus?
No, the
Rumpus or not?
rumpus is not getting unmuted.
Yeah, George. Other people have cited you as an expert.
Who
So are you a surveyor?
Who is this guy? Who is this Kawasaki Ninja?
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm asking you a question. Are you?
I've never spoken with you before.
Tell him that's Right
I
to
don't
Hand.
recognize the
Tell
name.
him
I've
that's
never
Right to
seen
Hand.
his name before.
Who's
So who are
asking you
you?
a question?
Oh,
George?
I am
Somebody's
me.
asking
Who
you
are
a
you?
question.
Me.
Yeah,
You're
so
me. I'm
somebody's
me.
asking you a question.
So we're both each other. George, are you a surveying expert? Yes or no?
I would not classify myself as a surveying expert. I'm aware of many of the surveying principles. I know how the equipment works. I own surveying equipment. I've taken it apart. I know how all the instrument works. I understand the specifications. I'm probably as much as an expert as anybody you will find in this channel or any other
qualifications
channel other than Jesse Kozlowski, Larry GPS,
George.
and the main surveyor.
George.
No.
George, have you ever sat a surveying exam?
So, Kawasaki, what else do you have?
George,
Do you
have
want?
you ever sat a surveying exam?
A qualification that gives you the authorization to do surveying.
Yes, as a professional engineer, I can. However, I can't necessarily sign off on legal documents.
That's not the
to sign off on legal
question,
documents,
George.
you will have to have have passed a.
As an engineer, you are
exam.
not qualified as a surveyor. So what qualifications have you got as a surveyor?
I'm not sure where you're headed with this.
Just answer the question,
It's a simple
George.
question.
I am not a certified surveyor, okay? Fine.
Are you an
I
uncertified surveyor?
understand the principles. I know I have spent a lot of time with geodesic surveyors.
Do you have any surveying qualifications, George?
Spent time with? Oh, come on, George.
Which ones, George?
So what's
Which
the
ones
problem?
are they? Which
George,
geodetic
I spent a
surveyors?
lot of time on a farm. And
Do
I
you
know
have any
what
surveying
they do with-
qualifications, George? Simple question.
So what's
any
your question? Where are
surveying
you headed with this?
qualifications?
What do you want to know?
Please, somebody ask him for me.
George,
He's obviously got
What?
me turned down.
do you have any surveying qualifications?
If you're talking about legal
No.
qualifications.
No. I'm
Yes,
asking about
I
qualifications.
have qualifications. I've used surveying equipment for many, many years.
Is that a
I
qualification, George?
Right now, unfortunately, I lost a lot of my equipment in a fire, but prior to the fire...
Not equipment, George. Qualifications.
What qualifications can you take
Well,
to
what do you want to
another
know?
employer?
I've worked with surveyors. I've worked with geodesic surveyors. I've gone on surveying trips.
George, I've worked with loads of people. It doesn't make me one of their professionals, does it?
I'm not
If you
claiming
want-
to be one of their
George?
professionals. He's asking me what qualifications. I've just told him
Hello,
what
George.
qualifications
Can I ask
I
you?
have.
George, can I ask you a
So
question,
where are
please?
you headed with this? What do you want to know?
He has
George, can I
told
have a question,
us
please?
he hasn't got any qualifications.
So what do you
by
want to
not,
know,
by not
Kawasaki?
telling
Where are you
us,
headed with
he
this?
told us everything we need to know.
Yeah, George, can I ask you a question, please? If you was
I'm here
if you
with
was made redundant from one job and you went to another job, what qualifications can you say to that future employer that you are a surveyor?
I didn't say I'm a surveyor.
None.
So where are you headed with
So you
this?
got zero.
Move on.
Thank you.
Look, I don't have all night to be pussyfooting around with you. What do you want to know?
George, will you be doing anything to fight the flat earth? Will you be telling him to specifically not cite you as a surveyor from now on?
I'm not in contact with him.
Right. Will you be making contact with him, or are you okay with him citing you as a surveyor?
Yeah, I'll correct him. Of course.
Because he didn't use anybody else's names. He didn't put you in a list. It was just you, George.
Why are you so wrapped around the axle on this? Let it
Because
go.
he was in a debate, George. I think you'd be worried about it. If he's citing you in a debate on live with 700 people there,
I didn't see this.
he lied about you.
You're talking about Bev. Let it go. I haven't seen this. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll have to go review it to see what the context was and what usage he had claimed or made the statement that I'm a surveyor.
Yeah,
Pass
Fight the
that
Flat
off to me.
Earth
I'm not gonna go
cited
look for
you
this stuff.
as a surveyor in the middle of a debate so he could win a point.
I don't know about this.
You can't have people lying like that, can we?
Famous for taking things out of context.
It's disingenuous, isn't it?
I will have to review it. Somebody pass me the link, give me the timestamps and where it was said. I'm not going to go looking for this thing. If you're so concerned about this, then
I'm not concerned about it, George.
And I will review it.
I would have thought somebody like you, right, with your professional standing in this community, wouldn't want to be misrepresented in the middle of a debate.
I don't want to be misrepresented.
Right,
but man,
okay, then.
you get it. I wasn't on the show.
I know.
wasn't watching the show. I don't know about this show.
Okay.
I will have to
I know.
review it. It looks like it was put up. Give me a timestamp there, Celtic Tiger. I don't want to go and watch the whole damn thing to find where it's at.
You watch Fight the Flat Earth, though, surely. I mean...
I do not watch this show.
Do you not?
Talk about. What is it? Fight the Flat Earth. I don't watch this show.
Right. What about Bro Sanchez? I think he was streaming it as well. You don't watch Bro Sanchez.
Now, you have a problem with short-term memory. How many times do I have to tell you this? I told you this 10 minutes ago. I don't watch these videos. I don't attend these shows. I don't watch these live views. The only ones I've ever done here recently has been periodically. I happen to have at the end of the day where I pop in on your
you watch us. Yeah, we know. We've got you. Yeah.
But I don't sit
Poor
for
George
hours
is
on end and watch
just in
these
isolation
We thank you
on
for that,
Blues
George.
server all day.
No.
That's
He
all
doesn't.
George
He doesn't
does.
watch Simon Dan. He doesn't watch Bro Sanchez. He doesn't watch Fight the Flat Earth. He does, however, watch Try Thinking. Thank you very much, George.
I don't watch it.
It'll no doubt be because DP's here and right the hand as well. We
catch
get
it near the
Spot
end. Like
on.
Today I happen to be here
Saragaki.
because it's very, very cool.
Paige
out.
is on
I
here
can
as
go
well
anywhere.
quite a lot. Mobius.
Why do you? Excuse
I'm
me.
just
Bev,
going over Warden
I'm
Cliff.
so sorry, Bev, that
Turn up.
the middle of my sentence.
Even the
interfered with
new
the
people
beginning of
like
yours. I
Spaceman.
apologize. Please
Raven's
unmute
Eye.
the rumpus.
No, the
I want
Rumpus
to
is
talk to
not
the rumpus
getting.
a second.
The
Celtic
Rumpus
as
is
well.
not getting unmuted.
George, can I say
Would
something,
you
mate?
please unmute the rumpus so I could have
George,
a word with
if
him?
you turned me up and unmuted me, you would be able to hear me telling you that the Rumpus is not getting unmuted.
George,
unmute the rumpus and then I'll speak.
George.
This is the thing of
George,
diplomatic.
Can you hear me, mate? Thank you very much for coming in tonight, and thank you very much for listening to us. We wasn't having a go at you. We were saying that you were being misrepresented on another channel, not on this channel. So we was trying to defend you.
I understand that. That was very clear to me from what you said. So why are you beating me up on this? I said I never watched the show. I wasn't there. I don't know what was said. If you give me a timestamp, I'm not going to go and watch the whole show to find out where there was some.
It's okay. You don't have to watch any of Fight the Flat Earth. Don't worry about it, Judge. Just say to him, what you want to do is just say to Fight the Flat Earth, look, Fatty, I'm not a surveyor. Please never cite me in a debate about level or surveying. Just tell him that.
Simple.
What you
to
doing?
The point.
You sorted your keyboard
George,
out
by
again.
the way,
unmute the rumpus, please.
George, your
No,
buddy
George.
Blue, I just want to tell you, by the way, he just asked me to leave the server because somehow he feels that I dragged you in here. Did I coerce you to come in here, George, or did you come in of your own free will?
And you know if we unmute Rumpus, you won't get to talk anymore, George.
Yes, you will.
Let him answer that question, please, if you don't mind. George, did I coerce you to come in here, or are you a grown adult that came in of his own free will?
I'm sorry I answered your question, but I didn't realize I was muted. Yes, I came in on my own accord. You had nothing to do with SC Montreal, so please let go of it.
Montreal, Montreal, would you like to have it explained to you about your, whatever it is, your two boats thing? You could actually have a debate in a neutral environment where you can have it explained to you, this problem you seem to have.
Sort it out any time.
Neutral environment, Rumpus.
Yeah, we're not ready for a debate about that now. That's not what we've come in here for, is it? But, I mean, if you want to set it up, we can definitely sort that out. Schedule something.
Whenever you want, Rumpus, we can do it. Whenever you want to have a discussion on it. But now we're talking with George.
This is whenever
we brought George in here tonight so we could protect George from what's happening outside of here. Because George has been accused of something, and we want to protect him from it. Isn't that right?
Yeah, we don't want George having to defend it.
I came in here to discuss some issues regarding geometry and concepts, and now all you're doing is going on and on about frivolous stuff that doesn't matter.
Now, George, you've been accused of something, and we protected you from it, didn't we? We said George didn't do this.
Let it go. My God. Move on.
Okay, we've got an update then. Update. Celtic Tiger has now been banned from the Adult Globe Earth Discord server.
You just go on and on and on and repeat and repeat and repeat. My gosh,
I'm going to turn you down a bit,
George. We got another band member. Celtic Tiger 123 has just joined the ranks, as Bev just said. You're a bunch of clowns, George. You are a bunch of clowns over there, George. I'm sorry. You're a bunch of snowflakes. And you're leading the charge there, George. You always complain about us here, how bad we are.
Get onto some subject to deal with geometry or...
Like you're an expert, George.
Is George, what qualifications has George got in geometry?
Absolutely
has anyone got any idea? I think he's turned me down as well. Has George got any
I would have thought
geometry qualifications?
Would need a basic understanding of geometry.
Yeah, I have a master's in mathematics. I've taught geometry for many years.
You've taught geometry. You've taught geometry for many years. What?
Yes, I have. Algebra, geometry, calculus, differential equations.
Who do you teach, George?
You remember your freaking password?
Church at university. Did you ever have a tenure? Hot Mike.
Change it to something else.
Not everybody in the university is in engineering or physics. There are other disciplines.
So what exactly was your master's then?
Some basic mathematics that engineers and physicists don't take.
What was your master's, George, in mathematics? What was that in?
I would be teaching geometry and advanced algebra to non-engineering and non-physics students like you.
At university?
At university.
Nice. So what was your master's in then?
I have two masters. I have one in electrical engineering and I have another in mathematics.
Oh, what sort? Just mathematics, just general.
Well, it's MS in mathematics. My area of specialty in mathematics was operational mathematics and complex variable theory.
Mm-hmm. So you'd know a lot about Euclidean geometry then, surely?
I know more than you do.
About Euclidean geometry?
Yes, I've also had courses in differential geometry that leads into tensor theory. I've had extensive analytic geometry, solid geometry, differential geometry. I've had exposures to all branches and disciplines of geometry.
Wow, you sound like you're the man.
Yeah, but he still doesn't know what a horizontal line is.
RBD face. Is that why you imagine the surveying to be like it is? Because, I mean...
Imagine surveying to be. How do I imagine?
Well, do you imagine that every horizontal is a tangent?
Every horizontal is a tangent?
Yeah.
I'm not understanding your question. That's nonsense.
I know, because like horizontals have got nothing to do with tangents at all, have they? Like, I mean, to imagine that every horizontal was a tangent would be a fucking ridiculous thing to think, wouldn't it?
Horizontal and vertical are not geometric terms, Bill.
Are they not straight? Planes?
They are not geometric terms.
Are they planes?
Discipline of geometry that defines horizontal and vertical as a term in geometry like you would for, say, adjacent angles, vertical angles, transverse angles, intersection. These are definitions.
Mm-hmm.
Vertical
is a horizontal a plane? And is a vertical a plane?
No. Not in geometry.
Are they planes in reality?
Well, you can have vertical lines, horizontal lines.
Yeah, can you have vertical planes and horizontal planes?
Yes, as concept, sure.
Right, and would that be a geometric plane?
Not geometric terms, and neither is
a plane is definitely a geometric term.
Hmm?
A plane is definitely a geometric term,
Yes,
George. Right, okay.
Is.
Now,
So
do vertical and horizontal exist in reality as reference
horizontal
frames?
and vertical are not geometric terms.
Are they reference frames in reality, Rumpus, George?
Where are you heading for?
Are vertical and horizontal reference frames in reality, George?
Well, it all depends how you define them. Now,
Well, when you define horizontal plane, it's a reference frame in reality with a geometric reference frame, George.
Excuse me. I apologize, Bev, again, that the middle of my sentence interrupted with the beginning of yours. I'm sorry.
Oh, over to you, George. I'm going to sign out for a bit. Anybody else can have a go now. Oh, is that George? Whose is that? You sent your guys in there, George.
So what?
Look at Louis. Have you seen Louis?
Louis?
Yeah. You know Louis.
Oh, okay.
You know Louis, don't you?
Boy, I haven't come across Lewis in a couple of years.
He looks intelligent there, doesn't he?
Hey, how you doing, Lewis?
He's tattooed my name in the middle of his eyes, and he's keeping his eyes on it constantly. He can't let go of it. It's a bit like you, George. Like a thought inside their mind that they just have to keep their eyes on.
This is why people don't like coming over here. You run off at the mouth. You just can't shut up for 10 seconds.
I didn't post that picture of Louis. He posted it in here. Louis did that on his own, George.
You're irrelevant. Who cares? We're talking about geometry.
Well, Louis's the one. Look at Louis, how childish he is, George. You're in here trying to talk about serious things, and you've got people like Louis posting stupid stuff like that.
Well, ignore it, Bev. Are you that childish that you get taken down by everything?
I'm just wondering why you allow that sort of stuff. People's being so childish. I mean, isn't Louis meant to be on your side? Isn't he one of the adult Globe Earth Discord server people?
I don't care. Bev, I don't care what other people are posting. Neither should you. Let's talk about definitions in geometry. You seem to be very confused.
You just want to talk about definitions in geometry.
Bev, do you prove or disprove definitions? Can a definition be proven?
You could definitely prove a straight line in reality, yes,
No,
George.
That's not what I asked you. Can you prove or disprove definitions?
I said you can definitely prove a straight line in reality. So if you define that straight line as the shortest distance in between 2 points, then yes, you can prove that. Absolutely. Of course you can.
No, you do not prove definitions.
Yeah, of course you can.
Definitions cannot be proven or disproven. They just
You can definitely prove a straight line in reality, George. Absolutely, you can. Of course you can.
And you can prove if something is or conforms to the definition.
Yeah.
Once I have a definition,
So you can prove a triangle that has 3 straight sides, can't you?
Bev, you are really stupid. I really can't believe how dense and stupid.
Triangles do only have 3 straight sides, George. Don't they? And you can definitely prove that.
The definition of a triangle, if somebody shows you a figure from the definition,
Trilateral
you can
figures.
prove or disprove whether or not that figure you're given conforms or is a triangle. But
of course I can. Yes, definitely. That's a triangle, yeah. Can you prove it? Yeah. It's got 3 sides.
No, a triangle. Triangle means 3 angles.
Struggling now.
That has 3 interior angles is defined to be a triangle.
Yeah, trilateral figure, George.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Okay,
Is he coming to help you? You've upgraded. You've got an upgrade
you
from
must have 3
Rumpus.
straight sides to form those 3 angles.
Yeah.
Bev, I just want to, for sake of sanity here.
Yep. I told you shouldn't have come
You
in.
seem to be very confused about what tangents to curves are and how you measure tangents
What?
to a curve.
Where did that come from?
Hey George, the tangent's a straight line. Hey George, hey George, hey George.
Oh, he's got everybody muted.
Between intersecting curves or a line to a curve.
I think everybody's muted you, George. I don't know. I'm going to turn you down in a minute because you seem to have turned everybody else down.
George, before
Yeah,
you go,
see you later,
before you go,
George.
George, I want you to know that now I left the server. Blue asked me to leave. Everyone here practically is banned, so you're safe now. You can go back to your safe house and feel safe. And you can
Bye, George.
as well, because I know that's what you're gonna do.
It went exactly how I thought it would.
Ignore it though, and not get annoyed by it. But he can get annoyed as he wants. And
Yeah, bye,
tell
George.
everyone
Take
that.
care of yourself. We're worried about you, brother.
Yeah.
Maybe take a break.
I know he's going to be called on quite a lot coming up soon because, like George says, like Fight the Flat Earth says, they all think he's the surveyor, right? But he's definitely not. So outside of this arena where we say, point out that George is not a surveyor, he's telling everybody else he is. He's the authority because the actual guys that were meant to be acting to be surveyors, they're fucked off. Jesse Kozlowski, that guy from Maine, Aaron Burrell, he didn't last very long at all. Most of you guys don't even know who he is. Howard Moore once claimed to be that's left lane for anybody that's listening. He once claimed to be a surveyor. Foolish Decisions said that Blue Marble was a qualified surveyor. They're not. There is no surveyors. I think that's why everybody's that pissed off. Well, no, they're all pissed off. No, they're not surveyors. Those people, right, like George has just admitted, he's not a surveyor. Jesse Kozlowski, he's not a surveyor. That guy from Maine, he's definitely not a surveyor. They're not here. They can't do what they claim to do. They're not real surveyors. And I don't want to... I'm not cracking on surveyors either, because I like surveyors. They do a good job. Yeah, they do a real job. Line. Well, they just do their job. They don't do what George says they can do. They don't do what Fight the Flat Earth says they can do. Otherwise, they'd be citing the real surveyors and not have to have fake surveyors. It's sad. And I was just trying to help George out there, right? Because if you weren't a surveyor, the last thing you'd want is somebody as high profile as Fight the Flat Earth going on a debate. I don't know how many people were watching Fight the Flat Earth stream. There might have been, I don't know, how many does he have? Let's say he had 1,000 people watching. Bro Sanchez had 700 people watching. That's 1,700 people that are watching that heard Fight the Flat Earth cite that George was an authority for surveying for the globe. When he's blatantly not. It's a blatant lie. Will Fight Flat Earth say it again? Yeah, he will. He'll have to. Because he can't cite any surveyors. They don't cite the guy from Maine with his plums separating anymore. Have you noticed? There's nobody that they can go to. The Bridge, Soundly, Jesse Kozlowski, the main surveyor, George, Rumpus. I mean, who've they got? Come on.
Beeble was up and coming for a while.
Sorry, carry on.
Went out for a walk without his measuring rod a few times.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Still
the
running,
first
people.
sign. Yeah, the first sign they're not real surveyors is they're taking pictures over water. Surveyors don't look over water. We did when we did an optic test to show that, one, the horizon does not rise to the level of the auto level, right? It can't. Parallel planes stop that from ever happening, despite what George Nutsack says. And we were showing that optically you can get under the horizon. I did a GIF.
I was just looking for that.
Here we go. Boom.
And George told us all his qualifications. Not one of them was he was a surveyor.
Well, no,
he was an engineer. He was this, that, and the other. He was never ever a surveyor.
Yeah, a university teacher of mathematics. I've never heard that before. That was I don't know whether that's a long known thing for anybody. Anyone know that George was a university? I don't know whether you could say lecturer, but he was a teacher in university. Mathematics. Strange that he doesn't seem to know about how the geometric principles of surveying work in reality. Very strange indeed. But check that GIF out. That's me and DP out on the beach, walking towards the water. And seems to be above our heads.
It does indeed.
And we're on the beach. It's really strange how... Just try and imagine how that might happen.
How come we didn't see that wall of water in front of us, Bev?
Yeah.
Water above your head, you say?
Yeah. I mean, look at it. It's quite obviously higher. Like, vertically, if you were to have a horizontal there, right? It's obviously above our heads.
And B-Ball keeps posting a picture where the water is above the top of the building.
Yeah.
Dog, got some tall water there, buddy.
Yeah, it's either that or
tsunami season.
Might be.
Wait, what?
something else.
Say that again, Dave. B-Ball's newest claim to fame is when he took his auto level 22 floors up, shot a horizontal out over the water for whatever reason. And the distant building, top of the distant building, is lower than the water in the distance. How can that be?
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
B-Ball also posts bottom floors of the distant building 15 miles away missing. And when he shows a close-up, shows objects that are taller than his viewing site, such as trees and other buildings, in the way. And then ask, what's obstructing the bottom of the building?
His name is B-Ball.
I'll always tell you the truth if you just listen hard enough or look at their pictures that they post or whatever. There's truth everywhere. They just, don't come out and say it. You have to discern it yourself. when B-Ball asks what's obstructing the bottom of the building, just say the obstructions that's taller than the viewer, which is you. You say you're 16 foot above the water and there's trees and buildings in front of the building, then it's probably that. Now, if you want to say it's a wall of water, i.e. a hump, then you might want to measure that.
Yeah.
You're
definitely not looking down. Horizontal can't be looking down.
Right.
Can it? It can't possibly be looking down being horizontal. Because if you were then to turn around, you'd be looking up. You can't have a horizontal as being a cone looking down around you. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous.
Can we all say thank you for George for coming in? Because it took a lot of kudos for him to come in, didn't it?
Yeah, we said thank you and bye and, good luck and maybe take a break. Like, he sounds stressed to me. Been getting worse and worse over the last year.
Well, this is
we all need a break.
He's a broken man. Don't let this fool you. He's very vile and very insulting over at Blues. He mouths all of us on a daily basis, Rakia. And he names you by name, by the way. And me and Bev. We are vile, we are this, we are that. Don't let this sad, sad person fool you.
But over here, he was cordial and he was nice, so therefore, whatever he does over somebody else's server, I don't diss him for that, but over here, he was nice. Correct?
I'm telling you, I know for a fact, he badmouths us here every chance he gets on Blues. Every chance. Whenever any one of our names come up, and even when they don't, he makes comments. Oh, it's so nice in here without the Bevites. Oh, I was doing this yesterday and I thought how stupid the Bevites are. That's all he talks about. Don't let this triggered old fool you. You hear that, George? I'm talking about you.
Yeah, and then he wants us to unmute Rumpus, yet he has all of us turned down. AKA
I
muted.
enough of these guys. Enough is enough. They insult my friends on a daily basis, right in front of my face, in the chat. And they come here and they want to play like they're all nicey. And no. That's not going to work anymore.
Well, I think tonight we've firmly established that we don't need any of them. All they do is lie.
No. Yeah.
I think you sink into their level. We don't need to sink to their level.
No, we can grow just fine without them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's better moving forward anyway, right? The arguments are only there as they've been put there is to help us try and get a message across. And like we've shown again tonight, we try and show that the Euclidean principles of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular and horizontal being a plane is the principles that we go by. And there's a lot of people that don't like that.
Yeah, because how dare you tell me reality is not what somebody else told me it is. Because I won't go out and test these, what are they, conventions. I won't test these conventions for myself.
They don't do nothing. All they do is insult. Anybody doesn't believe what I said, go in Blues server, type in Bev, that thing that shows every time Bev is mentioned and George, and you will see the vile and disgusting things that he says about him on a daily basis. And George doxed him just 2 days ago while I was there. I saved it. I can prove it anytime to anybody. So I'm sick and tired of them, abusing my friends. Yeah. So I'm calling you out, George.
It's not worth it. It's not worth the wasting any time. They are forever going to be triggered at anything we do. And as Spot On's just found out over there, you can literally get a picture of something from the founding father of America, and they will deny it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Adult globe earthers are some of the most triggered people I've ever met. Model afflicted.
Downright nasty. Yeah.
It's like the AA 12-step support model. Right. It doesn't matter what other people say, what other people do. You've got to do it for yourself. And you've got a support mechanism behind you. And every single step you take is going to be harder and harder and harder. But you get a chip for every single step you take. And once you do that, you're free from it all. And you never ever go back.
It's all the bickering about a model, right? That's what we've got to stop. And hopefully, I think that's what we're going to stop here, is the need for the bickering about this model or that model. There's no need to have a model. Nobody needs a model.
If you can't handle the discussion, leave. Don't quit insulting people. Quit going into people's personal lives, posting their names. Quit doing that. Come in and have a civil discussion. That's it. Simple.
Yeah, but our ideas of reality don't conform to their belief of their reality. So they will never want to know what we prove. They just don't want to know what we can prove.
That's what I missed out today. Proof. This is what it was all about. Shit. It's all about proof. All of this stuff. Every little thing we do. It's all centered about finding proof. That's what logic is. That's what geometry is. And that's where we find it in reality. I think.
Yeah, and then they start bringing up science.
Who they?
Then,
Stop talking about
yeah,
they.
No. All right. What we do here is we talk about reality. Sorry,
Yeah.
Beth.
It is reality that we deal with here. And the link between logic, geometry, and reality is what we do. And people keep saying, oh, all you ever talk about is level is horizontal. Well, how long's it been since we actually talked about level being horizontal? Like, there's plenty of other places we can go to at the minute that aren't anything to do with that, but we prove straight lines with a water level using Euclidean principles. There's no way of getting around it. You either take it as Euclidean principles or you drop Euclidean geometry. That's literally the two choices. And I know which one I'm going with. And I know what a lot of people will go with on the other side.
That's what I said with Alcoholics Anonymous. They've got a 12-step program, and it's basic, same as like Euclidean geometry. It's basic, and it just follows a simple and logical steps, and then you get to the 12th step, and it's provable. It works every single time. That's why so many people that have gone through the AA system in America don't go back to alcoholism. Same as like people that go through the 12 steps of Euclidean geometry never go back to the globe.
Or the model, right?
Exactly.
You've got to leave the model behind.
Yeah.
They can't.
And that's a bit far-fetched what I said, but it does work in comparison.
The model is like the steak, that juicy steak in the Matrix. They don't want to eat the gruel. They want the steak. So if I gotta bend straight lines to get it, by darn, I'm gonna do it. If I'm gonna live my fantasy, I'm gonna hump water 90 feet, damn it, over a 20-mile lake, and say it straight at the same time.
If you couldn't hump water, Essie, you're a good man.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing where we've come to.
You still live, are you, Bev?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah,
I noticed.
Right.
How would you think the conversation with the adult Globe Earth Discord server people?
Yeah. I'm over there. I just put that picture up over there, and a guy called Blue jumped straight on me and told me that that it's a river, the Pontomac River, and I'm like, no, it's drawn of a canal. Anyway, quite a bit went by, and he's at the point now where he's making out that he's sort of making out he knew it was a canal, but he called me. Am I allowed to swear for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said, "Don't be a fucking idiot."
Is that before he knew he was wrong, or?
Yeah, and then a guy called Harry then agreed with me that there is a canal called the Pontomac Canal, Patomac or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So now it's just everything's aimed at me at the minute. I've taken some screenshots of it all. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Be careful, I'm out. You're next.
He says, He says, and you're an idiot. Watch your mouth.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh wow, yeah. That sounds like them.
It's like grown adults that are talking to people they've never met before about a picture that you've just bought. I mean,
yeah, I did put on there. I put I put the picture on. I put level, horizontal, straight. That was the 3 words I put with it.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've got 3 or 4 people on me at the minute. Yeah. I didn't expect anything less than that, but I knew I was getting myself into. It's just interesting looking at their comments.
Now read that comment and tell me I'm wrong. Somebody read that comment out live. This is what he's like. Somebody read that out live.
Oh, wow. What? Look at this. Look at this.
Is he writing poetry? No way.
Can I do it?
Go on then. Yeah, go on. Do it dramatically.
Right,
like
he talks about women, this gentleman. Go ahead.
This was a disaster as usual. Goodbye and stay put. In this hellhole of a server, listening to Master Bev. With February 14th soon upon us, Maybe you can get Buster to finish writing a new song. Here's the first lyric. Little bitch Paige is a drama queen. Always tries to make a scene. Comes into the server to cry and whine. Now she's Bev's Valentine. Later, all.
That's George, ladies and gentlemen, for you. If you thought I was harsh before, this is why.
George is helping Buster to write a new song. I didn't think he liked Buster's music.
And George has left the server.
Mm-hmm.
Good riddance.
Well, he's done that like 100 times, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, who gave me shit tonight? Nobody gave me any shit.
Now he's gonna go cry that we banned him. Watch.
No, we was all talking. We were talking to him nicely, and we asked him questions, and he answered them. He goes and does that.
We had most of us turned down.
Yeah, that's
Or
what
muted.
George is like. Warden.
He does this all the time. I was telling you guys before.
Adult
all day long.
Globe
Whoever doesn't believe it,
Earthers.
go on Blue server and you're gonna see it. Go tomorrow and watch.
No, I can't go unbanned. I'm banned from fucking everybody's server.
Yeah, it's strange that you being Mr. Sensible, sock and all.
Oh no, they don't realise what I'm doing.
Yeah, do you want to hear a comment from Blue Marble Science?
Is this the one? Oh, he's got it in the chat. Go on.
Sorry, Bev, go on, mate.
He's put it in the chat. Is that the one that you're talking about? Blue Marble.
I don't know, it's been loads, so can't see, mate. But
yeah, in the live chat, he's put a comment what I said at 7:44, and then he's put inverted commas to like quote a quote that he said about something. So go on, you give us what you've got, and then we'll see.
Well, no, this is just one of the comments I found funny. Just because they're constantly saying things funny, right? It says, "I said if the canal follows, if the canal follows the flowing river, how level can it be? Go back and look. Now who's the idiot again?"
Yeah.
So he's got a canal running next to the river, and he's questioning how that can happen.
How the canal cannot be running like the river. Because it's a canal at the side of the river.
Oh dear! I can't get out of there. It's just I'm not. I can't do that.
Now he's doing pictures of the river, asking you, does it look level?
That's Harry. Yeah.
Ask him, is it an upstream river?
Oh dear.
Uphill river.
Yeah.
Uphill
Somebody
rivers.
was telling us that last time.
They're a necessary thing if you live on the globe. I was saying that I don't like the model, and I don't like particularly.
Oh, sorry. One more just come in.
Go on.
Why would a canal lock be needed if they are level and horizontal? I think that we'll leave it on that.
Wow, he didn't write that.
No,
Did he
that was
actually write that?
Jazz wrote that.
Jazz. Oh wow.
Why would what was it?
Why would a canal lock be needed if they are level and horizontal? Oh, there's more. If the canal lock is used to raise or lower watercraft to different levels at different stretches of the canal.
What?
Yeah, maybe that person needs to do a little bit of research or something.
Well, maybe
never raises the level of water.
Maybe that person will never look into it because that person thinks that's a win. Like if you didn't think that was a win, you wouldn't write it. You'd realise that's a load of shite, wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's a good point.
So, like, he's already won that argument. As soon as he typed that was a win for that person. Why would a canal have locks if it wasn't level? to transfer between the levels, obviously, because all of the water levels are horizontal. They're all parallel. That's where the change in the level occurs. But I mean, hey, adult globe Earth Discord server.
Wow.
There was this TV program on shortly. It was it ITV4 or some shit like that, and it was about the building the canals from where was it? Manchester to Liverpool, I think it was, and they went through every single stage of it, and it was who designed it, who built it, who actually got the contracts for it, all the locks and everything like that. Was it something Bottom? He was
Crinkly Bottom.
Yeah, he was a designer. I can't remember his name, but it was really, really interesting. And there was about a 27-mile stretch from, was it Liverpool to somewhere? 27-mile flat stretch.
Yeah, that's the Leeds to Liverpool.
Yeah, Leeds to Liverpool. 27 miles flat stretch. Wait a minute. If it's 27 miles flat stretch, where is the fucking globe model in that? Yeah.
Space Pope's in there.
Yeah. In where?
But you had all the navigators.
Blues.
The navigators.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew it.
Digging everything out by hand. And they were called navigators. They was digging everything out by hand. No machinery or anything like that.
Navies.
Yeah. That's why they call it navigation.
Did Space Pope do an advertisement?
I'm not advertising anything, mate.
No. Space Pope.
What do you mean, did he do an advertisement?
I mean, it looks like he just posted an advertisement over at Blues.
For who? Adult Globe Earth Discords?
No, about T-shirts.
T-shirts. Your T-shirt logic.
It's an he's advertising that we're selling T-shirts to everybody over there.
Nice.
Is he promoting it for us?
You'll have to get that Is Globe one, and we can send it over there as a link. We'll put that out. Yeah. Shout out to the haters. T-shirts coming soon. DP's going to put a T-shirt that you'll love.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. He must have assigned himself as part of the outreach team, which is great.
Yeah.
We need that kind of enthusiasm. I think it's great.
What it is when they come round here, they just have to take a little bit of logic, or the T-shirts over there or something, right? They just have to, don't they? Because they're all talking about us over there. So they
24/7 constantly.
Yeah. So who?
That's good for DP. Keep it up. Everybody, get your T-shirts.
Who's Amiga Genesis? Does anyone know who that is? I don't know whether that's talking to you in the chat there. Locks and dams are used to maintain a certain water level. This is so you can use your boats on it without running aground. If you didn't know that, you're just ignorant. Yeah, when we're talking about locks, we're talking about a canal. Particularly because Spot On had just bought a drawing of a canal in America. And
Washington.
He literally
Washington.
just got it, and he posted a picture. while we were on live stream. So you're watching the reaction of somebody in the UK posting a picture, elevation picture, and sort of like plan picture. It's a technical drawing, isn't it? Of a
what it does,
stretch.
it shows the river in the drawing, right? It says the river. It's got an arrow of the flow, the Potomac River, but above it is the canal. So easily, misunderstood that you think that the top one is the canal, right?
Yeah.
But it's not. That is the canal, and the river's below it. Then you've got the cross section of the elevation of the canal, which is completely horizontal, and that's about it really. And then underneath it just says number 11 of plans and sections of the proposed continuation of the canal at the Little Falls at Potomac in something or other. I can't read that bit. Navy Yard, the city of Washington. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's just a picture, a plan,
Yeah, it's a plan and elevation section, isn't it, of that river? But that's a technical drawing for what they were doing. It's even stamped and stuff in the bottom right-hand corner. That's an official document.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the original plan would be quite a big plan, I should imagine.
Yeah.
That'd be like you'd have to sort of like unfold that one, I'm sure. Maybe made up of a few plans, papers. I don't know.
And you paid for this spot on, you said, right?
Yeah, it was only £5. I got it on eBay. The print.
Still, thanks for sharing it.
Yeah. It's nice. Just elevation. All the elevation drawings we've ever seen. Anybody check it out.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of it on the internet are just sort of internet designed pictures, of which it's just not. I've been looking for an actual blueprint plan, but it seems to be very scarce. But I did bump into that one.
Yeah. You're looking for canal. See, they've actually inspired us into doing research about this sort of stuff that we would never have thought of doing before. Because somebody calls you a child abuser or starts calling you stupid for doing something, you research it, you find it out for yourself. You look into stuff.
I love the way that picture that you bought there, spot on. When you look at the bottom one, you can just look up a page and it shows you what that elevation view is looking at as a plan view.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah, they were amazing architects back then and engineers. The engineering,
good artists as well.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, like, the drawings that I like at the moment are the ones where they're using horizontal lines, and if it's a picture of a building, even if it's a perspective drawing, it's all done in lines, and it's just the density of the lines, the closer they are together, that gives the shading, and it's just incredible. Some of those pictures really are.
Yeah, that is a nice. I like pictures like that.
And on that note, I better go and get some shut-eye. But yeah, it's been an interesting evening. Well, so cheers, everyone. It's been,
see you later, Spawn.
Good night, buddy.
Yeah, take care, man.
See you, Spot. Cool, thanks.
Oh, they're all coming out to say good night. That's nice. Normally, I'm gone by then. I just turn it on and see you later. Cheers, guys. Yeah.
I'm going to be switching it off soon anyway. If anybody wants to come in, put the thing out into the chat. We'll be coming back. We were meant to be... What else were we meant to be doing? DP. SE wanted to go over the Babs thing, and everybody went, nah, fuck it. It's only Babs.
And then Babs came in and does what Babs does tonight anyway, so...
And Babs, he said he'd changed Obviously not. So that was just some sort of a game. And he got all upset because we hadn't put the video out. And it was only Babs anyway. And who wants to listen to Babs? Unless everybody in the chat now sort of pipes up and says, yeah, let's go over that video when Babs came over to have a chat with you. If they don't, then we're not really going to be bothered about it. We could put a poll up, could we? Should I do that? I mean, we'll try that tomorrow. On the community post, I could put like some sort of a poll up.
Yeah, stick a poll up.
Yeah, should we actually put the video out where Babs came round, or nah, fuck it.
Fuck it.
Like, what does the community want?
The community speaks.
It looks like we've got FE Dogma in the text chat trolls tonight. We're getting a higher class clientele. Eric's in there, taking him on quite well. It's like we've got a few agents out there. Geometry training will be a thing soon. We should get more people over here to have a conversation about it. We do most of this stuff in secret though, because we have to. Don't forget, get your t-shirts.
Yeah, I'm just getting another link to put in the YouTube chat.
Come for the training. We've got a guaranteed hit with a 12-step program to take you through it that'll like Warden Cliff said, that it'll get rid of the model. If there's any lingering doubts, then this is the thing to finally rid you of any model affliction. And we're just trying to set it up. We need somebody to go and show this to. Guaranteed, with this 12-step program, no model afflicted person can get through it at all. The model affliction and the cog dis will stop them depending on the stages, and I think we might have to put a scale, DP, for when you start it, to, like, you know, the most severely model afflicted will get stuck at step 1, and there'll be different levels where they have to double back and whatever. Only the truly people who are willing to drop the model and accept all of these steps will get through it to the end. And they're a rare breed of people at the minute.
Yeah, that this event horizon has a great pull. Like, that model is very strong.
Like, they can't get past it at step 1.
Yeah, the most severely, that is like ultimate. They know the argument. They know everything, right? They're most severely model afflicted. So if you want to come and join, we'll go into the after show, and that's where all of the good stuff is. We can't give out too many of the secrets in on the live, because these model afflicted people, you never know what they might do were they to find out some of the things that we know, and we can only let them out off air in the Discord channel. So come and join us. Anybody got any final words before I shut off for tonight?
I say thanks for the free advertising from Space Pope. Good job.
Yeah. Thanks for your support with the t-shirts, and long live the t-shirt logic.
Long live freedom.
Tomorrow.
I'd like to say,
go on.
We were gracious to invite everybody over tonight. And how did they repay us? On Blues, they banned how many? 3 of us?
Yeah. Well,
just for the record.
Tomorrow it's free for all Fridays, but probably nobody's going to come round here, and it doesn't really matter. So this is for us lot in here, all of the agents. We're going to be going over. DP has done a proof video, a short type thing that needs voicing. Buster's going to be putting some music over it.
Sweet.
We all will be recording us going over it, and if anybody wants to help out and join in or do whatever and do some voices for this, to voice some of the things that are on it, then come in tomorrow night from 8. We will be recording it, and it will then get cut and put onto this thing that will be, hopefully, fingers crossed, going out to many places as sort of our hallmark. Part of the proof project 2022, to stir up some more conversation. Hopefully this should do it. So you want to come and get involved in that, come and do it tomorrow. Come and get involved.